are recording.
Okay, so welcome everybody. I'm going to call the meeting to order. It's 6 o'clock on the dot. And the first item of business is the pledge and mindfulness moment. So if you'd like to join us to say the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next is a mindfulness moment, and I'm going to give you just a few, maybe 30 seconds to remember why we're here, and then I'll read the board norms and our public comment guidelines. Okay, so the meeting norms, I said board norms, I apologize. The meeting norms are for everyone who's here. If you just joined us, please make sure you sign in on the sign-in sheet if you haven't had a chance to do that. Make sure you write legibly so we can read your name. The meeting norms are for everyone here attending the meeting, board members, community members, staff, everyone. So I'll just read them through. Please listen as they apply to everyone. 1, keep the best interest of the school and children in mind while balancing the needs of the taxpayer. 2, make decisions based on clear information. 3, honor the board's decisions. 4, keep meetings short and on time. 5, stick to the agenda. 6, keep remarks short and to the point. 7, everyone gets a chance to talk before people take a second turn. And 8, respect others and their ideas. And now I'd like to read to you our community guidelines. Thank you for your attendance at a board meeting, whether you're attending in person or online. My fellow board members and I recognize the importance of hearing from you. As a reminder, comments from the public are not designed to be discussion, but rather an opportunity for board members to listen to members of our community. Citizens have 2 options for sharing comments during this meeting, either during the public comment portion of the agenda for items that are not on the agenda, or during the public comment period of each agenda item. Each individual speaker is allotted 2 minutes. Please speak only when I recognize you. Please direct all comments to the board. You may either sign in on the speakers list, which is here, which is actually not a speakers list, it's just an attendance list. If you're in person, or you can submit the agenda item you wish to speak to using the chat feature if you're attending virtually. If you're not able to use the sign-in sheet or the chat feature, you can simply raise your hand during the public comment portion of the agenda or the public comment period of the agenda item you wish to speak about and wait to be recognized. If you're unable to attend a board meeting, you may always submit written comments or questions to the board via our emails, which are listed on our BUUSD website. So I know that this has been, I want to just clarify a few things. One of the reasons we've changed the sign-in sheet is because some people are concerned that we're not answering questions. And so I realized one of the issues might be we don't know how to get in touch with them. So if you ask a question and we don't know how to get in touch with you, it could be hard for us to answer that question. So if you haven't given us your information, that's okay. I would encourage you to reach out. All of our board email addresses and of course our superintendents are on our BUUSD website. So if you ask a question and we don't have your information to be able to respond back to you, then I would encourage you to reach out to us. I also want to clarify that the 2 minutes is, you get 2 minutes when I call on you. It's not, this isn't like, the federal government where you can give your time to someone else or come back and take your 2 minutes at the other. Once you've had your chance to speak, on to someone else, okay? Whether you take your 2 minutes or not. There are a lot of people here tonight, and we have some agenda items, not a lot of agenda items, because we also have a listening session at the end of the agenda so that we can talk about student behaviors and procedures. So with that.
Sonia, may I add 2 quick things?
Sure.
If I could, just for folks who are new to the meeting owl format, a couple things to understand. It's an incredibly sensitive microphone. So it will pick up, side conversations, or it can. Just be aware of that. The other piece is regarding the listening session that we're going to be doing around student discipline issues. We have kind of a rules of the road where people will have actually up to 5 minutes to speak as part of that listening session. And I'll go over that in a little more detail when we get there, but just as an FYI, you don't have to use obviously all the 5 minutes, but you want to make sure people have enough time to get their thoughts out. So just an FYI. And again, if you haven't signed in, those who are here in person as guests, please do so.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is additions or deletions with a motion to approve the agenda. So I will look for a motion to approve the agenda. Sarah with a first. Renee with a second. And are there any additions or deletions? Yes, Terry.
I got 4, sorry. Could we move 7.2 and 7.3 to the front of the agenda? Only so we have a lot of folks that I think are here for that. And make them wait all night. Let's get that done as soon as possible. Second, can we announce at the end when we announce next meeting dates, announce all the meetings? Because I think it's been a while since we've had meetings, and I think a lot of people are probably confused to actually when we have meetings again for the committees and such.
Oh, for committees. Okay.
Third, there's no other business on the agenda. I don't know if you want to add that or not. And then fourth, I would question why the executive session item is listed, and I'd like to move that out of executive session.
Okay. So moving the superintendent's report and the listening session, the reason that the idea of putting it at the end was so that we can move fairly quickly, hopefully, through the first 3 or the first current business and approving that second reading policy. As you can see, we're hoping that it only takes at the most a half an hour. If we can move quickly through that, then people won't have to wait very long. That was, and we didn't want to have to push our stuff to the end because this still has to get done. And I recognize that is, hopefully the board can help by, keeping their comments and questions very, being efficient, I guess is what I'm trying to say. As far as other business, I don't think we usually have other business on here. We usually have roundtable, and we don't have other business, but we can put roundtable in front of future agenda items. I have a note to do that as well because we forgot that. And we can definitely announce when the meetings for committees are. Hoping that maybe I can pull it up on my
I wrote them down.
I can pull it up on my calendar as well. If you're just joining us, please make sure you sign in on the sign-in sheet so that we know that you're here. We need to know everyone that's here.
Right up at the corner. Right there.
Open meeting one. Thank you so much. And make sure you write your name legibly, not sign it like you're signing a check. As far as the executive session item, that has information that may be personnel related, and that's why it's in executive session.
That's fine.
Sure.
Okay. So the first one, moving 7.2 and 7.3, then I'd like to make a motion to amend to move those to the beginning of the agenda.
Can I speak to that for a second?
See if somebody wants to second it first.
I'll second it. Sure. Well, my only concern is that if it was warned to be around 7 o'clock, that if we have people who are waiting to log on until 7 o'clock, that they might end up missing. That would be.
So is there any other questions or comments? Okay, so we will take a vote on the motion to move the agenda item 7.2 and 7.3 to earlier in the agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye to moving that forward.
Aye.
Alice, was that you? So
Yeah.
Alice, Terry, Nancy, and Tim, and those opposed? Chris, Sarah, Giuliano, and Renee. So that's a tie. I would oppose it as well. So we will keep it at under old business where it is on the agenda. Is there any other discussion, any other additions or deletions?
So Sonia, one more for the executive session. I reviewed the material that was provided to us, and I didn't see any personnel information in there, any names, any of that stuff. So
There's no names, but there can be identifying information.
I didn't see any. So I guess if there is, then those items, I guess, can be moved to executive session. But it's a report that we've talked about before, where it's been sanitized, so it doesn't have identifying information in it. And if there is there, then it should have been redacted. but that information should be in public, not in executive session. There's nothing in there that rises to the level of the executive session items in open meeting law.
May I add something quickly that might be helpful?
Sure.
When people were asked to fill out these exit surveys, they were informed that it was fully confidential. And they were not notified that it would be shared in an open session like this. And I just am very concerned. And I agree with you, Terry. There's nothing necessarily horrible in there, but it's just as acting in good faith in terms of how we presented this to folks who are leaving. So that's why we promise confidentiality when people fill these things out.
Okay.
When we discussed it at whichever meeting it was that we discussed it, we didn't discuss that, Chris. We discussed that it would come up at a later point and that we'd be able to review it. And we specifically discussed leaving out any identifying information or personal information from people. We didn't talk about that we had a confidentiality agreement, handshake agreement with staff. So there's nothing in there that meets the open meeting law. Sorry, there's not.
Just want to encourage people to fill these things out. I want to make sure we get the information that we get that will be helpful, but
So I think we're, go ahead, Nancy.
Yes, and I believe we're just reviewing it. You've got percentages on there. There's no names. And we're not, I'm assuming that we would not go down through every single item of a reason that person is leaving. We've got percentages. We could give like a certain percentage of Berry City is leaving for this reason and that reason. There's no confidential information. It's not going to expose anybody. And it doesn't qualify for executive session.
So if that is, if we bring that into open session, that becomes a public document. And there are potentially comments in there where someone is talking about being a middle school art teacher and maybe there's only 2 middle school art teachers in the whole district. So we have to be, or Spanish teachers or PE teachers. So we have to be cognizant of the fact that just because someone doesn't have their name in there, they're still identifying information and that you could, by process of elimination, potentially figure out who someone might be talking about or who might have written it. And so we have to also be careful of the fact that that's a personnel concern from an HR perspective.
Well, and I also think that you could probably just put the data out there as public information,
That I think has been included because we've discussed that in open session before.
but it's not out there. We have not discussed this data in open session that I'm aware of.
I thought we had the exits. I thought we had a first version of that exit survey. Chris.
So what we as the board know is that Carol shared what she shared with us today via email. We don't know if there's more that she's going to share with us during when we were talking about this. And in fact, she gave some information to a question you had that she said she would be talking more about that tonight. And so I wonder if we could, instead of making a carte blanche decision that we will take it out of executive session, but if we would instead take it in executive session with knowing that we could take an action item out of there to say which pieces of information we would then present to the public at a later time, with which pieces of information do we think are the most appropriate or beneficial. But not knowing Carol's full presentation to us, I feel wary of saying just take it out because we know everything just based on what was shared, because I think there could be more.
Yes.
Just would like to remind the board that this information did used to get received at the board. Resignation letters used to be read at the board in open meeting, and it has since stopped. So if we can't agree on this, then I think the appropriate thing to do is to remove this from the agenda and do it at a later time and have the information scrubbed so there is absolutely no identifying anything, and then we can have it in open session. If I need to make a motion, I'll make a motion to that.
Well, how does the rest of the, do you want to remove it from the executive session and just push it to another time?
I think we should, there's a lot of telltale signs in the initial information on the first page about issues in the school that aren't salary related. We should probably wait till we can bring that up so the public can hear some of the issues as well.
Andrea has a question. Yeah.
Andrea? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Andrea?
Yeah, I've been trying to look real quick while you guys have been chatting. I haven't found it yet, but there are rules, surrounding executive session where if anything is general in nature, it cannot be discussed in executive session. Only employee specific items. So if it is, just basic displeasure or concerns raised about certain items, that does not qualify for executive session. It's only when you are talking about specific personnel. And I might be able to look further and find more information, but general discussion, if it is not pertaining to specific employees, does not qualify.
The responses were from specific employees.
I mean, one of the things I can do is simply share this information with Pietro Lynn and just hear what his thoughts on it. I mean, I will agree with Terry. I don't think there's anything, it's not like there's anything horrible or shockingly surprising. It's more, it's just a matter of acting in good faith with how we presented this to people, filling up the information. I think that's the key piece where I'm concerned.
So, I know you asked originally, Carrie, to move it to open session, but is it okay to amend that request to just remove it for now?
Yes.
So that we can
Yep.
follow up with our attorney? Okay, and, sorry? Well, I'm just gonna ask the first and seconder if they're okay with the amendment. Is that you?
I don't know that you actually made a motion for it.
No, there was only a motion for approving. Yeah, there wasn't a motion on that one specifically. You want me to make a motion?
No,
for it?
no, I'm saying, was there a motion to approve the agenda?
There was.
Who made that?
I don't remember.
Sarah and
Sorry.
Renee. And are you okay with that amendment?
Yes.
And are you also okay with the amendment to add roundtable before future agenda items?
Yes.
Okay. And
Point of
so,
order,
excuse me?
point of order. You did not ask the public for comments on the additions or deletions. And
So, sir, with all due respect, it's hard to move on to public comment. I recognize that this is the one area that's a little bit gray, and this is the second time you've called me out on it. And since this is our agenda to approve, as much as I appreciate that the community is here and like to participate, we can't just add agenda items. And so I would ask that you could maybe keep your public comment for when we have public comments for items that are not on the
I'm
agenda.
raising a point of order that you did not ask. This is an item on the agenda.
Okay,
The public is
so
allowed
I'll
to
I'll
comment
revise
on
my,
all items
I'll
on the
revise
agenda.
my,
It's up to the board to decide whether to add those.
I'll revise my comments to my guidelines to disclude, to not include the additions or deletions of the motion to approve the agenda. So
Can you explain what you just said? I'm not sure what you mean.
that public comment will not be entertained under additions or deletions of the motion to approve the agenda.
And why?
We could get into that under the second and final reading of the board meetings, agenda preparation and distribution, if you'd like. Okay, so
We would need a vote on that, actually,
I'm sorry, a vote on what?
on whether to follow your suggestion.
But we don't need a motion, we need a vote unless there's a motion. So,
Then
excuse me,
you
sir.
still have not asked for public comment. It is an item on the agenda. There is no motion.
Would anybody like to comment on the agenda items, additions or deletions of the motion to approve the agenda? Yes.
I would suggest that instead of having a listening session, because the people are actually here to get not only to offer their suggestions, but to get input from the board, that it be an interactive session.
Okay. Sir?
I would agree.
Okay. Any other verdict? Okay. All right. With that, I would ask if there are any additional comments from the board about additions or deletions of the motion to approve the agenda.
Well, I would agree that the board has had ample time to listen. It should be a time for doing. It's actually past time for doing. So to sit here to, blow these people off while they talk to us for 20, 30 minutes.
What specific action are you stating?
I have no idea, but I just know sitting here listening, blowing these people off for 20, 30 minutes is stupid.
I'm not sure what action you expect.
I don't know. I didn't say that I knew what action it was. I just know that a child has been viciously beaten on the bike path while leaving school. right? I know this. People are tired of hearing the excuses from the administration and the board chair. That's insane. And this has been going on for years.
Okay, so I'm asking because we haven't even approved the agenda yet. Would you like to make any additions or deletions with a motion to approve the agenda? This is what we're on right now. Would you like to make any amendments?
I don't know what addition there could be other than, calling for a vote of no confidence in the chair and the superintendent. I just don't know what addition there would be.
So would you like to make an addition or a deletion to the
No.
agenda? Okay. Are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the agenda as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved and we will move on. We're now moving to 4, which is comments for items not on the agenda. This is 4.1 public comment. And this is for any items that are not on the agenda. I would ask that you please remember that you have 2 minutes. And I'm going to, as nicely as I possibly can, remind you to ask you to wrap things up after you've had your 2 minutes. And I would also remind you that we cannot speak about particular individual children, staff members. That's executive session material. And please be respectful of the fact that there are other people who want to speak. Okay?
Could we have folks state their name before their comment?
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, please state your name because our minutes from last time did not reflect all of the people who spoke because we didn't ask for you to state your name. So when you're recognized to speak, please just state your name so that we have it for the record. On virtually, we can see who you are. Luckily,
We
have
have Heather
name tags.
Slayton.
and then we'll just move from there. So virtually, it looks like Heather Slayton. So Heather, would you like to go first?
Thank you. Hi. I don't actually have a comment. I just have one really quick question
Sure.
because this has dinged me during many meetings. Is anybody monitoring the chat or should we expect not to type in and be responded to?
No, the chat is not being monitored at all.
Okay, I think it's just really good if that's clear for everybody.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. No, the chat is not being monitored. I think sometimes people are chatting in there, but I'm trying to run a meeting and keep track of who's raising their hands and there's no one monitoring that chat. Thank you for that clarification. Josh Howard, you have 2 minutes.
I don't need a whole 2 minutes. Just a response back from the last meeting about the Sarah Agent thing. It was really kind of disappointing to me that instead of addressing the situation at hand, noticing the abuse in the schools last year, taking your kids out, not saying a word about it at a school board meeting as a sitting board member, you go on and say, well, someone wants to screenshot my comment. No one screenshot your comment. I have 2 accounts. Simple as that. I'm kind of getting sick of the deflection and the lies and trying to make it sound like someone else's fault. You guys had a secret meeting a couple weeks back. You said you were socializing after the meeting for an hour with the sitting board chair, with the superintendent. No one's buying it. Just admit to it, say you're wrong, and say sorry.
Thank you for your comment. Thanks for your comment, Josh. Is there anyone here that would like to comment on anything that is not on the agenda? Yes.
Michael Deering, City Council and father of 4 within the community. I'd just like to say that as a community member, I feel that the constant concerns that I'm bringing to the board takes forever to get addressed, including the issue where I had a seatbelt request for my child, myself, and then it took 6 weeks for the superintendent to email me back and say, there's miscommunication. So communication with our board and our community, it needs to change. And I'm constantly hearing from the board or the superintendent that the community's not supporting the board or the school. But I'm here almost every time, but a lot of people that are constantly here, we support you guys. We want change and we want positive things to happen. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other? Yes.
I'm just curious, is there anybody here that is from Berrytown School? From Berrytown School, an administrator or employee?
No.
Okay. I'm pointing that out because of the conversation we had last time about having people come in. And I'm just trying to point out that it was difficult to find things in this school. I know you're looking at me like that. It's difficult to find where we're going in this school. And the fact that the elevator is not accessible is a problem. I have an issue with my leg and I had to walk up the stairs. Of course, I cussed as I went up. But, it is something to think about.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry the elevator was not accessible.
It's okay. I mean,
That's,
probably
well, it's,
we could.
it's not okay because some people are not able to come up the stairs. So, I apologize for that. We could have an offline conversation about, why there are no administrators here, but, and administrators will be present in the future.
So we have a couple other things.
Oh, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
In terms of communication, I raised a question about 4 board meetings ago and was told that I would get an answer to the question. The question being, were parents notified when when students walked out? I got an email from, I believe, the assistant principal explaining what the rules are in terms of walkouts, but I have yet to get an answer to my question. Also, I noticed that the email, I believe, went to just me. I would believe that when we are asking questions during a board meeting, that each of the board members should also be carbon copied on that.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other items, public comment for items on the agenda? Okay, hearing. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, Stacy Baldwin. I just wanted to reiterate, William Tilburg, in that when we do get to the listening session, I don't know that it was made really clear. We want dialogue. We don't want to just be listened to and not responded to. That was clear.
It was, we heard you, but the agenda was not amended. So it is a listening session. And the agenda is approved and, I hope that we can answer some of your questions. But I'm not sure that some of your questions will be able to be answered. So hopefully we can come to some common understanding.
At some point, we need to have put in the agenda for dialogue between the community and the board members.
My understanding was that there was going to be a presentation in addition to the listening session, so maybe that might answer some questions.
I'm gonna have a brief presentation and a statement to make, Sarah. Thank you for bringing that up. And also, the goal is to make sure these discussions are happening with building principals and at the school level. That is definitely something that has been lacking in the COVID years. We haven't been able to have the community in the schools, and we need to do that. There's no doubt about it. But much of these discussions should be happening at the building level, not at the board level.
How would you account for prior COVID? Tell me that answer. I'm curious.
So if we're going to talk about the listening session stuff, can we just wait till the listening session?
Sure.
Please? Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to student voice. Are there any
Excuse
students?
me, I have a public comment.
Okay.
Stacy Hubble. I, as a member of this board, I would like to personally apologize to you for the way you were treated at our last meeting. And this is not representative of the entire board. I want you to know we are listening and hearing your concerns. I hope you and your family have been able to move ahead of what happened and been able to enjoy your summer. Thank you.
So to be clear, if it's a public comment, you can't say as a member of the board. You have to say as a member of the public.
Okay, as a member of the public.
Okay. Because you don't speak on behalf of the board, and you said
No, but as a board member.
but you're not speaking as a board member.
Okay,
You said
thank
you're
you.
public.
Point of order is right.
We're debating, we need to move on in this
Yes.
agenda.
Okay, fair enough. Are there any students here who would like to comment on items not on the agenda? Hearing none, we will move on. So next up is the consent agenda, which includes the regular meeting minutes, And the special meeting minutes, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda, the consent agenda.
So, sorry. Second.
So Alice with the first and Terry with the second. Is there any discussion regarding either the regular meeting minutes or special meeting minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved. Moving on, new hires. I believe all the new hires are in your addendum. Chris, would you like to present the new hires?
Yes,
please?
thank you. We have 5 people to bring forward to the board tonight. The first is Bobby Jo Vale. Bobby Jo is going to be our new Barry City nurse, we hope. Bobby Jo is our new Barry City's new police chief's wife. Her lifelong goal is to become a school nurse, so we're very happy to have her join our team. We also have Shalene Soderston. She is slated to join the 2nd grade team at Barrytown. Longtime Hawaii educator. Very excited to move to Vermont with her family. She's in the process of that move right now. We have a Vermonter here, Mike Prasalik. Mike is slated to become our new 7th grade science teacher at Barrytown. He's a longtime science teacher, most recently at Oxbow. We also have Luke Spencer joining our science team at Barrytown 5th grade. He's a new teacher out of Edinburgh University in Pennsylvania. He's very, very excited to make the move to Vermont. And finally, we have Emily Zorachek, who is joining our counseling team at Barry City. And she is recently from the Oliverian School in Pike, New Hampshire. A number of these folks, I believe 3 of the 5 are contingent upon finding housing in the region. I do want to really point out once again and thank the community for being so incredibly supportive with Carol, our HR team, about helping us secure housing for our employees. We've got good relationships with local realtors, property managers, real estate agents, etc., who are really being very, very helpful, and we're making progress. This is an issue that districts all around Vermont are dealing with right now. We are chipping away at that very long list. And in fact, I should let the folks know that I've got 4 interviews slated for starting tomorrow into next week for other candidates. So we need to secure these folks.
Okay, so would the board be okay to take this in one motion? Would someone like to make a motion to approve the 5 new hires? Thank you, Tim. And a second, Renee second. Any discussion? I'm sorry, I didn't ask. Is there any public comment on the new hires? Yes.
What is the counselor position exactly? And how are they going to be able to help with some of the social emotional stuff, or is that like a school?
Absolutely. This is a replacement for our school counselor, Sandra Cormier, who retired.
Yep.
And yeah, that is the goal. She's going to be joining our team and working with our behavior teams and our administration and helping kids with all of the challenges of being a kid. That's going to be her job.
I'm assuming she's involved with ACEs.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's part of the role.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Hennessy, how many openings do we have?
Well,
We're going to actually talk about that during the superintendent's report.
yeah, that's
So
a
can we
good.
touch on that then?
Yep.
Yes, we'll touch on that. So
I'll
if you
be.
could just hold that.
It's an important point that we'll definitely want to address. So.
Okay, so any other questions from the public or comments about new hires? Okay, hearing none. Any questions or comments from the board? Yes.
I believe the number is 65 cents March, right, Chris? Good job. Very nice. That's a big number.
It has been something else. It's
65.
Appreciate you saying that, Terry. It has been priority number 1 for our whole team getting this done. It is. I really applaud the efforts of our admin team, our Carol, who's sitting over there in the back, and her crew. we're really not sitting on our hands with these staffing shortages. And I'll get into some of this stuff when my board report is being discussed.
Any other questions about the new hires presented? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approving the 5 new hires, Vale Lindbergh, is that correct?
Shalene,
She
she goes by Soderston.
Oh, Soderston,
Yep.
sorry.
Yep.
Soderston. Proselit, Spencer and Zorchek, please, we have a motion. Do we have a motion? Yes, thank you. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? All right, all of those 5 candidates are hired and welcome aboard. I hope we can find housing for them so we can welcome them in the fall. Next is 6.2, annual designation of HHB report recipients, and this is also in your addendum. Every year, we need to designate we have to have designated employees, and every year we have to specifically name them. We can't just name positions. And so in your packet, your addendum, those designated employees start on page 6 of that. Under Appendix A. And for the BUUSD office is Chris Hennessy. For BCEMS, it's to be determined because we need to hire an assistant principal.
I will say that the reason I left it at TBD there is that we have somebody in the pipeline for that,
Okay.
just so we know.
The other person, the alternate person for BCMS is Alexander Wozniak, who's a guidance counselor.
It's Mr. W to Berry City.
Mr. W. At Berry Town, Theodore Mills, assistant principal, and Alice Harding, behavior specialist. And TVCC has been removed because they are their own school district now. And Spalding High School, Mary Goodrich Miller, and Luke Pacer. So any questions or comments from the public? Andrea, yes.
I don't know if you want to call it a public comment or what, but the actual policy states that we have to select 2 or more designated employees for each campus. And I believe that's actually based on the law. So if we don't at least have a filler name to put in right now for a second person for Berry City, then we might not be in compliance with the law. So it might be in the district's best interest to add a name there for tonight of someone else who's an admin potentially, and then change it when and if we hire someone.
If we had to do that, Andrea, I would recommend, and of course she's not here, but I would recommend putting Brenda Waterhouse as a placeholder in there. It's good to have both a male and a female in these roles. With Mr. W in that role, having Brenda as a placeholder in there is certainly fine, and we certainly hope that is not going to be.
We will scratch out TBD and assistant principal, put Brenda Waterhouse as a principal for BCEMS in addition to Mr. W. Thank you, Andrea, for that. And then I assume that if we hire an assistant principal, we can amend this designation.
Yeah, the board would just, you can officially approve it here. You don't have to reapprove the policy because these are non-substantive changes. So every year the board just approves the names, and then, behind the scenes, the policy gets updated and you're good to go.
Okay.
And I see on the first page of the policy, there is a designee's revised date. So we'll just update that from June of 2021 to now.
Okay.
With these revisions.
On that same note, I'm sorry.
Hold on one second. Are there any more public comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
Sarah Hellman, if it's per campus, does that include the C building?
Yeah, C is considered part of the Spalding campus, but they do, but they work with Luke. They're going to work
Even
with
if it's
Luke.
at a different location?
Yep.
Thank you.
I guess on that note, would we notate under this Spalding High School, including C building
One
or
thing
C
we could
campus?
do, is as part of Spalding, it's 2 or more. We could have a third person on there from C.
Mhm.
I just have to talk to the C folks about that, but we would consider C part of the Spalding campus.
So,
And that isn't necessarily that thing. So,
okay, so we don't have anyone right now, so I think that's a good point. We could revise it to say Spalding High School and C, and then when we hopefully get any, we can amend at the same time
yeah,
and add a third person.
I think if it's just left as SHS, we just have a third person who works on the C program. That's
Right.
one of those.
But we don't have that for right now, like a person. So for, if we know we're gonna have to amend taking Brenda, perhaps off of Berry City, we could then address that
Sure.
then also.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other public comment, questions? All right, board comments or questions?
Just a clarifying question. So the role of those people is simply to take the report,
Correct.
They're not the ones necessarily doing the investigation. They just take the initial.
That is right.
Thank you.
And it sounds like Sarah, you had your question.
Yeah, so
Sarah?
it's Sarah raised it.
Okay, so it looks like this will probably come back around. But in the meantime, I would look for a motion to approve the designation of these employees: Chris Hennessy, Brenda Waterhouse, Alexander Wozniak, Theodore Mills, Alice Harding, Mary Goodrich Miller, and Luke Ether to be our HHB report recipients.
So moved.
Thank you. First from Chris
Second.
Tucker, second from Giuliano. Any questions from the board? Any other questions?
I just had one. Is this because we're not actually revising the policy, we'll only do a first reading? There's no second reading?
No, there's not, we're not,
This
it's
is
not
an
it's not an actual reading. It's just the designates revised, and then that will have to be updated, that one part of it. Because the policy itself is not changing. Okay, any other questions? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed? And those, designation of those report recipients is approved. Next up is the RFP approval for the C vehicles. Chris, do you want to take us?
Yep. So we are, I am recommending, that, and after consultation with Lisa and, Jamie, but by the way, thank you for approving these hires. I want to make that very clear. This is going to be good news for everybody. But pending, conversations with, Jamie and Lisa, we are recommending, or I'm recommending that we, using ARP IDA grant funds, purchase 2 vehicles to be used by the C program from Key Chevrolet GMC. We were able to get these vehicles at the state contract fleet price. The Acadia is going to be used primarily for student transportation. We've been kind of borrowing a Suburban from STA, which is not always reliably available, and this is our own vehicle to have for those kiddos to make getting to school more accessible for them. We're also going to be using the truck for both work at the C program, but also in terms of transporting items during school outings, kayaks, bikes, that sort of stuff, when they're getting kids out in the community, etc. We did have 2 other bids, but the vehicles were either used and more expensive or just flat out more expensive, and this is the recommendation. So we went with Key Chevy out of Burlington.
Okay. Are there any public comments or questions? Anything virtually? And in person? Yes.
I just want to know, what is the funding source for these purchases?
This is the IDA grant funds, ARP. So the funds were available through the grant. We wanted to use that. There's definitely a need at C for these vehicles. Another thing to bear in mind, I should have mentioned earlier, is that our insurance carrier, BUUSD, strongly recommends we use district vehicles for these matters and not use staff vehicles for many reasons. So it's going to put the faculty faculty and staff and administration at sea in a much better place to have access to these.
So just a quick follow, that's fully funded by the IEP.
That is correct.
Any other questions? Okay, so, I don't know if the board wants to ask questions first, or do you want to make a motion first? Someone like to make a motion to approve the superintendent? Okay,
I'll
Julian and Sarah second. A motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation to purchase these vehicles. So now we can open it up. I'm gonna just go around. Julian, do you have a question? Alex, any questions?
No.
Renee? Terry?
Are these budgeted, Chris, or is this just, you know, we kind of got this money and we need to use it, so this is a good place to spend it?
Well, no, there's a need for these vehicles.
That's all I asked. So I said, are they budgeted? Is this, so we have a 5-year budget plan, right? Or a 5-year capital plan? Are these in that plan somewhere?
We're getting, maintenance is gonna have to be part of that, yes, for sure.
The vehicles themselves, not maintenance of the vehicles. Were they in a 5-year capital plan that
No.
in July, we're gonna buy 2 vehicles for C?
No.
So this is a decision that was made recently.
Well,
And I understand the need. I'm with you. I
yeah,
understand
that
the
it was based on the need and the fund availability of the funds through the grant. Yes, indeed.
So for student transportation, why an SUV versus a van?
Because, well, vans are you're not able to get 12 passenger or more vans anymore. We did look at, I believe one of the vehicles, we did look at a van, just the availability. They're just, as anybody who's gone car shopping right now, these were the best options available for us to be ready for the school year. Because a van, like you're talking a minivan type situation, they were considered.
Yeah.
They were considered.
And last comment is just, I guess, one from a safety and a liability standpoint. So if staff are going to be operating vehicles, moving kids around, what is our qualification process for a staff member to go on the road and drive people around? Do we check motor vehicle records?
Yep.
Background checks?
We have use of district vehicle procedures where insurance providers, all that stuff, licenses, all that stuff. It's a whole procedure that's in place for all those designated folks who use the vehicles throughout our district. Thank you. Yep.
Nancy, do you have questions?
Yeah, basically, I just wanted to know what the purpose of the vehicles were for. I mean, if it's not transportation to and from the school, it's for activities.
It's both. It's transportation to and from school for students who need that support to get to school, but it's also to and from community work-based learning opportunities, getting kids down to in the work that they're doing out in the community. That's primarily the use of the Acadia. The truck is going to be used for that as well, but also in terms of bringing kids off campus if we need to bring materials with us, bikes, kayaks, that sort of stuff. So, and it will be used for getting kids out in the community as well.
So do you know how many kids you'll be transporting back and forth from home to school or what?
I do not have that information available. I do know this, that attendance at sea this year was a marked improvement over what attendance was when we were down at EFWA, which is something to celebrate. But I mean, that's something certainly Jason can share on that, on average, about what we have maybe when we visit sea and he hosts a meeting, we can have some of the information.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Tim, do you have any questions?
No.
Sarah?
No.
Okay. No other questions. I will look for all those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation to purchase the truck and Acadia as indicated in this proposal for FY23 C vehicles. So please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? And so that is approved. Thank you. Next is board training. Included in your packet is an email that I sent to all board members regarding board development recommendations. So I think that based on the responses that I got, I wanted to make sure that everyone was on the same page about why we were doing the workshop or training, and wanted to make sure that if there were any additional questions that we could answer them, because we couldn't have discussion over email. So I will, to be perfectly honest, just read my email that I wrote to the board and give you a brief overview of what the VSBA recommended. So my email to the board was, good afternoon all. In light of recent board interactions with each other, I reached out to Phil Gore at the VSBA. He recommended a 3-hour workshop or training, some in executive session, some in open session, to help us address the challenges we are facing now and to guide us as we move forward. Please see Phil's email below for more details. Since we do not meet again until July 14th, I would like to find out if the full board is willing to participate in this type of board development or some version of this, as Phil has asked for any changes to the agenda before that meeting. I do believe that this is important work and needs to be addressed in a timely manner so we can better serve our students, staff, and community. Please reply back to me only and answer these questions. 1, are you willing to participate in this board development? And 2, if yes, which dates work for you from the list at the end of Phil's email? Please let me know if you have any questions. And since we cannot have a board discussion via email, please remember to reply just to me, not reply all. Thanks, Sonia. And then in Phil Gore from the VSBA, his email that's outlined below, the recommendation that he asked to share with the board was a 3-hour workshop this summer where the full board superintendent discussed norms, culture, and collective vision for the school system. This would connect to future growth opportunities for the board, and you may want to consider follow-up workshops and or a book study. 2 options book study are improving school board effectiveness, a balanced governance approach, and the governance for school board superintendents and schools working together. A workshop that accomplishes the following can form a foundation for growth. So the first part of the workshop would be 1, honest and candid board self-assessment, about 60 minutes in a closed session. And we would answer the questions, what is working well and what areas do we need to improve? Number 2 on the agenda would be operating procedures. Review what is in place and or draft what is important to the current board, and that would be 45 to 90 minutes, typically in open session. The third item, discuss the board's moral imperative, 30 to 60 minutes, typically open session. The first part would be viewing the Simon Sinek video, Start With Why. That is 17 minutes, and then draft a statement that encapsulates the board's shared moral imperative. And number 4, discuss next steps for board development and growth that enhances governance priorities, protocols, and processes. And that would include consider what the board may need to do better or differently to support success of the strategic plan, and calendar times to complete or build upon the board's operating procedures, moral imperative, and or growth opportunities. So to be clear, I got 4 board members who were in favor of the training and 4 members who were not in favor of the training. And I just want to discuss we could go around and discuss whether you're in favor or not in favor. And then I'd like to discuss whether, because a training isn't technically a board meeting, even if board members don't want to participate, we could still have a board training without all board members present. So I asked you to consider that. Juliana, would you like to start?
I don't have an issue with the training.
You'd be fine with the training. Okay, thank you. Alice?
I just had a concern that this was brought up at the board retreat in April about having a training, and I'm wondering why now. We've waited this long. Is this in response to what could be perceived as tension on the board? Is this discipline? Is this why are we doing this now? What is the purpose of this after it was discussed at the retreat and then sort of dropped?
So would you like me to answer that, or do you?
No, that's just my question. It can just sit out there. It's fine. But that is my question as to why now.
So do you want me to answer it? Do you want me to answer why I reached out to Phil?
Yes, I think that would be good.
Okay, so in my email, I said in light of recent board interactions with each other, I reached out to Phil. And so the reason I reached out was because if you were, for members of the public, anybody joining us, and for all of us, if you sat through the first, 20 minutes of this meeting, I wouldn't say that was healthy interactions with the board. And so I think that we all have an opportunity to learn and grow, including myself, and how we can do a better job. in working together. And so I reached out to him to say, we're struggling. Can you help us? And he said, yeah, this is what I would recommend for you. And so I presented it as an opportunity for us to all do a little self-reflection and figure out what do we all bring to the table and what can we personally change and how can we try to do a better job as a board. So that's why I bring it up now.
Thank you.
So are you in favor or not in favor?
If it is used as a true learning experience and not an opportunity for individuals to be behind closed doors and say mean things about each other, yes, I would be in favor of it. But if that's the case, if it's not to be used for that case, I won't have any part of it.
So can I just clarify, when you say behind closed doors saying mean things, I'm not suggesting that we should say mean things about each other because I don't think that's productive. But if we can agree in the training in an executive session to be honest about what's working well and what are areas we need to improve, and where are we struggling, and a neutral third party could potentially help us notice or illuminate for us where some issues might be, not pointing fingers, but maybe being, I mean, I personally would be more than happy to have someone tell me, what could I do better? And then I can make choices about how to change my behavior. And if everyone else on this board is willing to do that, I think we could come to a place where we could be a more effective board and we could work more cohesively together. And so I don't think there will be finger pointing or saying bad things about each other. That's not my intention. I think it should be respectful, appropriate, professional, you know, and I think Phil will expect that. I don't think he's going to let it devolve into something inappropriate.
I'm still thinking. You can continue around the table.
Renee?
I've been a proponent of being educated on how to do our job better. And the proposal, I think, is nice in that it also has open session elements to it. It kind of addresses some of what the public was asking about the last training that we have, why they couldn't be a part of it. And so I think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you. Terry?
I'm absolutely in favor of training. I'm just not in favor of the subjectivity of this training. And I'd like to point out that I find it incredibly rude as you say that the first 20 minutes of this meeting wasn't healthy and Alice makes a comment and you sit there and chuckle and laugh at her. I think that's incredibly disrespectful. I think that's part of what's wrong with this board. And I think maybe, Sonia, you should check yourself. Because to sit here and snicker and laugh at someone that's been around and done this as long as Alice has, whether it was intended or not, is rude and it's disrespectful. And come on, we're better than that.
So I'm not even sure what you're referring to be perfectly honest.
Well, we can rewind the tape, okay? Certainly you can watch it later. But so no, I'm not in favor of this because there's a lot of subjective comments that you've made in your email correspondence here and with each of us individually that are subjective, that are finger pointing. So I don't think the first 20 minutes of this meeting was unhealthy. I think it was productive. It's debate. It's how things get done. We can have different opinions and be okay. We don't have to walk away with hurt feelings. So I'm in favor of board training, but I'm not in favor of board training that is subjective and initiated solely by the board chair. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't need a response.
Well, I would just like to respond and say thank you, but broad shoulders. I can take it. Thank you.
Yes.
Since I got on this board in March, I was really excited about doing what I perceived as board work, which was making sure the kids are getting education, make sure we're financially responsible. And it doesn't seem like we've been able to get to those points because we've either talking about getting rid of committees or board training. And I'm not sure what that means. We are all individual people. We all come to this table with our personalities and our input, but we can't seem to get to the point of being productive for this community. And when things, I just want to come here and do the board work. You know, if somebody doesn't agree with me or I don't agree with somebody, I'm not having hurt feelings. And, you know, some of these questions on here, like this, discuss the board's moral imperative. I mean, what is that? What does that mean? I mean, and I do think this is all about some people not recognizing how their contribution to the dysfunction. And I think even after we have this meeting, they're still not going to recognize their dysfunction and their contribution to why we're not working. So I know me, as I would be honest, but I think there's quite a few people in here that would not be. And look for an opportunity to say mean things, point fingers. And I would like to agree, if we could, as a board, as a whole, let's get to work. Let's focus on the kids. And let's focus on the financial responsibility towards the education of these kids. And let's involve the community. Let's be respectful to them. Let's listen to what they say. They know their kids. Let's involve them. So I'm probably not going to be interested in training.
I am a lifelong learner, been in college my entire life. This is the most dysfunctional group of people I've ever seen in my life. And I don't think any amount of training is going to help that. As far as somebody on here teaching me moral imperative, I have no interest in your level of morality. Thank you.
Okay. Sir?
I'm all for training. You know, we've been talking for a few months now about what is the board's actual role with regard to the schools and the district. This is a training being put on by the School Board Association. I don't know why anybody wouldn't want to take part. But unless everybody's on board, I don't think it would be very productive.
So you're willing to do it, but if not everyone is on board, it won't be as productive. Okay.
And I'm not worried about mean things. People say that about me in the session.
Thank you, Sarah. Chris?
When I got the email and read through Phil's proposed areas of training, I thought it was thorough, and I was encouraged because this is their work as the Vermont School Board Association. And so knowing that they've done a lot of work with different boards around the state and how to help boards be sort of their best selves, I was encouraged, and I was in favor of it, which I said in my response to you. I think that we haven't been working well together. I agree with that, and I was hopeful that a training by an expert in school board running school boards would be helpful for us. And so I am in favor of it. And you know, I guess a question would be, if this proposed agenda from Phil is not something that this board feels comfortable with, is there sort of a like a menu option, choose one from column A, one from column B sort of thing, of like, this is where we're at and this is what we could agree to? Because if what's proposed here is not something that everyone feels comfortable with, is there a common ground that we could get to so we could at least get some training and start there? And maybe, you know, in the future, moving towards other types of training, but maybe we're not ready for this level of looking at ourselves and taking responsibility for how all of us contribute to the current climate.
I realized I overlooked public comment, and after I gave the presentation, I went straight to board. So I'm gonna ask if I can see a hand raised.
You do have Roberta Melnick.
Okay, Roberta, go ahead, please.
My name is Roberta Melnick, and I teach at Berry City Elementary School, and I would like to bring the teacher's voice to this table and say, you are all we have. If you are having problems and ups and downs, and there is a level of disrespect, get a mediator immediately, just to come to your meetings. Because coming to the table with a listening ear, which is your big challenge tonight, is so important. And any risk or any chance that you can take to improve yourselves, as I would say this to my students in their most challenging moments, is to stay at the table, stay with us, work with us. We are here together. There is no problem that we can't solve. Best of luck to you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else virtually who has a public comment? Prudence Krasowski.
I had just put, I wanna, Roberta's Melnick's comments were spot on there. I am disgusted as a teacher in this community that all the board members wouldn't want to take part in a training to help them function to the best of their ability. This is a school and a place of learning, and all board members should want to learn to work better together. That's what we're all about. That's it.
Thank you. Any other virtual attendants would like to speak? Katie Jarvis.
Yeah, I want to second what those two teachers said. I also am a teacher at Berrytown, and when I read the superintendent's report, it really struck me where Chris Hennessy wrote that we all need to start being kind and respectful to one another if we're going to expect our students to do so. And if you guys as a board can't learn to do that, then how can we expect our students who are much younger to be able to do that? So that's it.
Thank you, Katie. Any other virtual attendants? Roberta, I'm sorry, you had an opportunity to speak, so I'm going to move on to the people who are in person, okay?
Of course, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here? Yeah.
I can't see any reason why any part of this board training would be an executive session. I don't believe that you'll be talking about specific staff members, specific members of the community. As far as whether you're talking to each other, making comments about each other, I don't think when I made the comment in the last meeting that I thought maybe it was after the meeting where I thanked Sonia for what she had done during the meeting and allowing for more public comment made. I don't think, and sometimes I make comments where I'm concerned about things, but I don't think it's necessary for you to go into executive session. And I think it would be a violation of open meeting law. You're not actually doing anything that the public should not be aware of.
So if I could just respond to that. This is based on the recommendation from the BSBA because board self-assessment can be in a closed session, not open to the public. It wouldn't necessarily be executive session. It's a closed session, meaning it's not an open meeting and it's not open to the public. And the BSBA has recommended it because it's a board self-assessment. And so I'm just taking their recommendation. He said it's a board self-assessment and that would allow us to be closed, would allow us to be more honest and open and have a full conversation about board assessment. I'm just telling you what I understand.
I understand what you're saying. I think that if you can't be honest about what you're doing in open session, then I think that's how the problem.
So I hear what you're saying. I'm just relaying why that's that. Are there any other? Yes.
I just
Can you say your name, please?
Oh,
sorry.
Thank you. Is there? I heard mention of the fire training. How many of the board members went through this training, and what was their opinion of this course? Do you feel like it helped at all, or?
So this is not a training. The BSBA provides trainings for new board members. They provide ongoing trainings for different topics throughout the year. They provide specific trainings if we request it. And I call them to say, this is what's going on. Could you help us? We're having some challenges. And this is the recommendation. So no one has gone through this training because this is sort of tailored to us at this point. So I don't think any board members have gone through it. Yes.
Mike Dearden, City Council. Wanted to ask, as a community member and a city councilor, I'm a little concerned, or actually I'm kind of curious. if not even concerned, why board chair, you would reach out with a phone conversation about this at this juncture when we wouldn't kind of get to it beforehand, and what the need for the self-assessment are and what the challenges that you see are.
So I reached out because I have spent 11 years on school boards, and this is the most challenging year that I've had on the school board, and it is, I think, my third or fourth or fifth year as a chair, and it is, I just see a lot of challenges to us being able to make progress, and so I was reaching out to get some advice and some help, and so that's why I did that. If someone else felt like we were having challenges, they might come to me and say, Sonia, we're having challenges, and I would reach out on their behalf. Or they could reach out to the VSBA. We're all members of the VSBA, every school board member here. As the person who's running meetings and communicating with members of the public and, you know, having conversations with our superintendent, I felt like this was important for the board to be able to try to find some common ground and be able to work together more efficiently and effectively. So that's why I reached out. Maybe that was presumptuous. I felt like it would be helpful. I didn't think it would be, I didn't think that it would be to this. That answers your question.
That's as I think I'll get. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Having like yourself been in that role, being chair and so forth, multiple boards, one of the things that I find coming to meeting after meeting after meeting is how little is really mentioned about education, the test scores, and things of that nature. I think the focus of the board should be collectively together in looking at how we improve education, how we get our test scores up. How are we doing with the fiscal responsibilities that the public has engendered in us? And more to the point, how do we use and task our resources? We should have a board that wants to draw consensus and work on those primary issues. I think you need to have on your agendas more things talking about actual education rather than the superfluous stuff that's around it. I have a hard time understanding why there would be such discord unless there are hidden agendas that are being brought out. First of all, this has got to be a board that's got to be a nonpartisan board. It has to collectively work for the interests of education. It has to really be the steward behind what we have invested as a community and as a society in what we call public education. Public education has an important role. We need to look at the difficulties having come out of a pandemic and having had a new merger and a whole series of other things that have been dumped on this. We've got to be looking for the middle way. We have to be looking for a positive way of achieving success. Right now, there are too many sideline agendas that I've been experiencing, and also I've been watching a public response to one of the things I hear constantly is the 2-minute drill. 2 minutes, that's new to this particular board, and it's something that I've never had to experience before. Somehow I remember a time where we had 90 individuals come online during the pandemic to speak. And we got through that remarkably, and I went back to look at it. We got through it in less than an hour and 15 minutes. That was for the entire groups of disgruntled parents who did not like the closure of schools and so forth. We had some really, really serious issues. I don't think we're quite at that level at this point, so I don't understand why we can't focus more on our educational opportunities and also the lot of the good stuff. Like all I'm hearing is negative this and negative that. We have so much to be blessed for within this community. And I've talked about that in the past. We need to get back to basics. This is not something I'm asking for a kumbaya moment. It's just a matter of you folks have got to agree that there are important things that need to be done by a board. These are things that I think, if my 2 minutes doesn't run out,
Yeah,
these,
close.
as I'm close.
No, yeah, I think you're over, but
Well,
I forgot to set my timer, so go ahead.
okay, thank you much. I think that there's opportunity in which staff, board, administration can get together and formulate those crucial issues. They're all over the national news, they're all over the global news, and they're all over the state of Vermont news. This is not a unique situation that's going on now, especially since we now clocked up a higher rate of inflation, especially now that things are going to become even tighter. So we got to really start focusing on issues that give us quality education and at the same time a quality budget that people are going to want to vote for. And it's going to be a challenge. I think the finance committee is going to have all it can do, and we're going to need the input of staff for that. So I think there's a lot of good that can come out of this. You folks need to work together, and I think the best way to do that is to be able to talk to each other rather than at each other. That's my comment. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Yes, Michael?
Yeah, first, I think it should be an open session. We actually just had a strategic planning, which was really, all it really was there's problems with city council and city staff and they, just not working out very well. I don't honestly think it did anything, but just as a thought process for that. And I just want to say, you're saying you're feeling outnumbered, or not outnumbered, the most difficult school board that you've had. As someone that spent a year and a half being called a racist, a white supremacist, and a whole bunch of other wonderful things just for wanting to have a flag up in Perry City. Trust me, it might be frustrating, but believe me, it can get a lot worse. And I'm talking about being called misogynist by our current mayor. So anyway, just want to give you some things to be thankful for.
Thank you. Silverline. Anybody else with a public comment? Yes.
Hi, my name is Matt Mulligan, and this is my first board meeting in a very long time. I just, as I listen to everybody speak, I'm so grateful for those of you who have chosen to take a step forward and volunteer your time. Everybody at this table has lives outside of this room. Everybody knows how difficult it is. And yeah, I'm just grateful for your service because it's an awful lot to take on, focusing on the work. And really, in the end, everything you do is about what's good for kids.
Thank you.
Yes, I say one more. Sure. I would like to also say for everybody that I have read the Vermont School Board Association book. I've also taken a lot of training courses online. I've attended board trainings that have been offered that were actual trainings, and I did get a lot out of them. But I have, as a new board member, have taken every opportunity to do my due diligence and take all the courses that pertain to my role on this board. And I'm ready to work.
Okay. So Alice, I'm going to come back to you because you're the only person that did not give me an answer.
And after listening and thinking, I think Chris Parker's idea of having a menu option for our training would basically serve us better. And to key off what's in the opening line of the collective vision for the school system, that's probably more than anything else what we need to come to terms on is what is our collective vision for the school system. And then from that, I was just looking at it and thinking about it both from before when I read the emails and now. From that collective vision, work into operating procedures and the number 4 of future development and growth opportunities for the board. I think we can get off track even just with some of the other information that's in here. But those three things of the collective vision, the operating procedures, and where do we go from here? And I would partake of that.
Okay. So, you would, if I'm hearing you correctly, you would be in favor of a training that would have some version of that, but not necessarily include everything on this agenda. Okay. So I'll have to go back to Phil. I'm sure he would be fine with it. He said that we could revise the agenda as, it says, let me know what questions or modifications you would suggest to this agenda. So we could certainly do that if the rest of the board is willing to do that. Thank you for that suggestion, Chris. I will, let's go around again and see if you would be willing to entertain a revised agenda. Juliana?
Okay.
Alice?
Yes, a strong emphasis on foundational skills.
Okay. Renee?
I think I better abstain.
Terry?
I'd be interested in looking at it again.
I'm sorry, so then,
I'd be interested in looking at it again.
okay. Nancy?
Yes, I would take it under consideration after I see what the agenda looks like.
Okay.
I will.
Okay. Sarah? Yes. Great. Okay. Then I will be in touch with Bill. And if he can revise the, I will copy you all on the email and ask him to revise the agenda. And then hopefully we can find some time that works for all of us. Okay? I'll keep you posted. All right. Next. Sorry?
Terry just said, thank you, Chris, and I said, you're welcome.
Okay. Yes. So next, and I apologize, we are off schedule by a tiny bit, so hopefully people will just be patient. We're getting there. Next on the agenda is old business 7.1, and this is the second and final reading of the board meetings, agenda preparation and distribution, 820. This is the second reading, but I know I wanted to address there. I think there were some questions about how things get on the agenda and questions about adding things to the agenda. And so I would like to possibly highlight that this wasn't part of any of the changes. The changes primarily focused on changing when our regular board meetings would happen, which are the second and the fourth Thursday of the month, and then adding the C building in as a location. And in addition, part of this policy is agenda preparation, and it includes the superintendent will prepare proposed agendas for all meetings of the board after consultation with the board officers. Items of business may be suggested by any board member, staff member, student, or resident of the district. The inclusion of items on proposed agendas will be at the discretion of the board, chair, and superintendent. An item may only be added or removed from the meeting agenda as the first order of business at the meeting. Other adjustments to an agenda may be made at any time during the meeting. So we're currently operating under this policy, and so that's how items get added to an agenda. And how some items don't make it onto a particular agenda because the superintendent and I have conversations about what's ready, what's not ready, what can we discuss, what can't we discuss, and what things we're maybe just not going to have time for based on other things that are more pressing. And so that's how items make, if you would, if you will, and then those items that don't make it on the agenda go into the parking lot, and then that's how we help to build our next agenda. In addition to items that are on a superintendent calendar, things that come up every year, like the HHP designation of HHP report recipients. That happens every year in July, has to happen by statute. So there's a calendar of those items that have to come. So Nancy, did that answer your question about agenda items?
Kind of. I wanted to know when you get a request from the community members, and there's been 2 or 3 questions that have come here for quite a few meetings, and they still are not getting a response. My understanding is you are to reply to them and you're to include all of us in that response, and we have not seen any of those.
So to answer that question, to be fair, I haven't, I apologize. I realize that it's hard for me to answer a question when I don't know how to get into contact with people who are sitting in the audience. I might know who they are, but I don't know how to get in touch with them. And so that's why I've asked people to give me a contact, a phone number or an email address so that I can follow up with them. Because some items, to be perfectly honest, are not going to make it on an agenda because they're not board business. Seatbelts are very important and other people may have those similar questions, but it doesn't necessarily have to be an agenda item, and it could be something that could be answered by the superintendent, by our, transportation provider, or seatbelts I wouldn't necessarily be able to answer, but another question I might be able to answer. So I will take responsibility for not answering questions that have been brought up that maybe required a response. Some other questions are definitely more difficult to answer in an email and are much more broad. And so those require more thought and consideration about, how can we address this in another way?
Understood. But I'm thinking, I understand not all questions are going to be able to be answered because we have to go to the administration. But I think if you communicated with this whole board about these questions or comments, and it's our duty to get back to them and let them know, include us in all of that. Even if you didn't have their contact, let us know so that we're on board, and include us obviously in the comment. But to at least let these people know, we have forwarded your question on to the superintendent and the principals, and their responsibility is to, I'm assuming that information would flow back to us. Would they reach out directly to the community member? Because I notice a lot, you say, well, the principals and the superintendent, that's their responsibility. Well, sometimes they just don't know that. So I think we need to do a better job in communicating with the community, letting them know the process and what if they need to do anything. And if that's reaching directly out to them, we need to make sure they understand that. But I don't feel that we're all being included in that communication of whatever is going on or not going on. So,
okay.
Well,
in fairness, I don't think I've replied to anybody who's been here, who's had a public comment that, has said he didn't get a reply back because I didn't reply back to them. So that's on me.
And that's okay. Let's just.
Right. But for people who email me, I have copied you. I have copied the whole board on responses.
Okay. All right. The chickens. The ones comments I got was chickens.
Well, I've replied back to multiple emails from Mr. Blow that need to.
Oh, Mr. Blow, yeah,
and
that was.
I've replied back about chickens. I've replied back about, if I get something that comes directly to me, that just comes to me, I don't necessarily include the whole board. If someone has like, hey, I got a quick question for you, I'll just answer it.
I think you should include us. But if you should include, so we're all, because if this person comes back and asks again or asks one of us the same question, which has happened to me, then I think all of us, teamwork, all of us being on the same page. Mr. Deering has come here for 2 or 3 meetings asking about seatbelts, and I know it's up to Chris Hennessy to, I think, going to be providing that information. Is that correct?
We have, it should be coming from the principals.
Okay, all right. And the other thing I see is that sometimes a lot of time goes by, if maybe we could start trying to put some dates on there, or at least letting the people know that we're going to, I just think we need to do a better job at being organized on information.
So if I could answer that, when I get an email, I have 2 business days. That's what our procedures say. And I answer within 2 business days. And by business days, if I get an email at 4 o'clock on a Friday, I don't count Saturday and Sunday, and I have until Tuesday to answer it. So, I do that. I'm very careful to make sure that I people in a timely.
And we don't know that.
Well, I think I've replied. I think I've copied you on many of my replies. If there are more people emailing, I can look back in my email. And
all right. Thank you.
Sure. So we are at the second and final reading for board meetings, agenda preparation and distribution, and I would look for a motion to approve this policy for a second reading.
Second.
Are there any questions? comments? Juliana?
Not that I've received any emails or anything like that, but so, if we do receive them, are we supposed to copy the whole board on it and just let the whole board know that we received these questions?
So it's a sticky, slippery slope, in my opinion, when I understand replying to somebody to, copying the whole board on the response, but my concern about, including everybody is it opens up the potential for discussion. And that's the part I want to be careful
I
about.
understand that, but if the information is requested, I think we all understand that we don't, it's just for informational purposes. I'm just asking if we should start doing that.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair enough. I apologize. Are there any, we can go around, I'll give the board an opportunity to weigh in. Is there any public comment on this agenda item, the second and final reading of board meetings, agenda preparation and distribution?
Is it public comment?
Yeah, public comment.
Yeah, I mean, regarding the emails, I know that I've sent an email, but you've probably been over a month. I did get a response and I didn't mention it, Sarah and Alex, so I appreciate that. But as well as you, Chris, but was that just distributed and let people know the resolution of that one?
I think we're not.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Honestly,
Listen,
I answer a lot of emails, so
Yeah.
I would have to go back to look, to be honest. I would hope that I would have. I can't assume that I did or I didn't. I would hope that
No,
I
I
did.
know, I was just pointing out that instead of talking about the emails, that was definitely a pretty substantial conversation that we had.
Okay.
Andrea has her hand up.
Andrea?
I just need clarification. I think Juliana was the second, and I'm not sure who was the first, and maybe Juliana wasn't the second, if you can let me know.
Andrea, I was Sarah, I was the first and Chris Parker was the second.
Okay, see, it wasn't Juliana. Thank you. Oops.
Okay, any other comments?
That's something that could be clarity in that communication piece. In the past, what we used to do, board members would get contacted by various members in your community, and of course, that would be one up the food chain. Usually the board chair and that administration would be intent, and an answer would be coming back, if not by the chair herself, certainly by that board member once the answer was obtained, or from somebody within administration to get back to that inquiry. I think that's something that's sort of lacking right now. If you did that, I think you'd have a lot of these concerns and questions you want to make.
I'm not sure. Can you say that again? Because I think that's what we're doing.
I'm trying to get a point of clarity. Maybe I'm trying to get clarity for myself. We'll start with that. That's a possibility to move it out. We've had scenarios, especially back during the COVID, particularly where parents would call their representatives from their respective communities and ask them questions. And the questions were sometimes difficult for that board member. But what I always encourage our board members to do is run it up to the food chain and bring it to the source so that you can get an answer. And yes, in talking to the board, if there was a 48-hour provision where the chair would actually be the one to get back in contact, and or the respective board members once the information was secure, or third possibility, members of staff or the superintendent. Usually things would flow to the board members. Board members would either contact you or contact the superintendent, and then the search was on. The intent was that in 2 days, there would be some sort of an answer.
Yes.
And I think if we can restore that and make sure that's solid, I think a lot of these commentaries will go back.
I believe that's what's happening. I think part of the issue is that community members are raising questions, which sometimes happens in every board meeting, that are not necessarily for the board responsibility or something that the board would be able to answer. And so then I think what happens is it falls through the cracks because I can't necessarily answer it. And then if the superintendent is like, oh, that has to go to the building principal, but then it doesn't get relayed. And I think this is where some of the disconnect is. And so
I
I
agree,
think,
but that's points of personal inquiry coming from the public.
Yep.
They're asking a question of whether or not it's for the board to answer, or if something comes from within the schools or the administration or the superintendent, whatever that chain of evidence and answers are. Eventually, we'll get back to them, they would have an answer, or have worse, say that we're still inquiring to try to get a really good answer for you. Please be patient, we'll get back to you.
Right.
I think that's
William Tobor, Berry City. I think I've been forgetting to say that. I think that the key is when we have questions is that if the board is copied on the answer, that way the board knows, well, this question was asked, but it wasn't, but that the answer was not to the question that was asked, or yes, the question has been answered now, we can, and hopefully to the person's satisfaction. So I think that that is the key. And I think that that also will help with board unity when the whole board knows, has the same information in terms of what's going on. So, and whether that comes from the superintendent, whether it comes from a principal, assistant principal, a buildings person, as long as the whole board is CC'd on that, I think that you'll have a lot fewer problems. And the other thing is that when that happens, the individual board members will know, hey, I haven't been CC'd on that question. So it has, obviously it hasn't been answered yet. Thank you.
hold on one second. Katie Jarvis?
Hi. I just feel like this is a perfect example of what we were talking about keeping our eyes on the students. We just spent like 15 minutes talking about whether or not to respond to an email. So I think if, you have lots of people on this call that are waiting for a specific time to talk and be heard, and I think that it's time that we move on to that.
Thanks, Katie. Nancy?
Just one comment to William Filbert was saying, and any other agenda item, and it may be, and if the board all knows, it may be a decision as a board as a whole to decide to put this, whatever the comment, questions, situation on the next agenda.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions we've gone? I'm surprised Andrew didn't raise your hand to tell us to get back on topic. To approve the policy or adopt the policy second reading, approve for second reading the policy 820 board meetings, agenda preparation and distribution. Are any more questions from the board? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of approving for second reading 820, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed? All right, the policy is adopted. Thank you very much. Next is the superintendent's report, and we actually have two reports because we tabled his original, Mr. Hennessy's original report from our last meeting, and then there's
three, because there was one in
and then there was an
summer
addendum.
school.
Then there was an addendum. So go ahead, take it away.
I think the key thing that I want, addressing a question Paul had earlier, I think it's really important to update folks on where we're at with staffing. I will certainly take questions about any of those reports, given that I wasn't here on June 23rd. But hiring faculty and staff right now is priority number one, job number one by far for all administrators, for our HR team, everybody, and it has been pretty much all consuming. I shared with the community last night an article that came out in 7 days yesterday that I encourage people to read. It was picked up on Channel 3 last night. I, along with some other superintendents, were interviewed about the really extraordinary staffing shortages schools are facing, obviously in Vermont and around the country, and what we're trying to do to address it. I can honestly say that we're chipping away at this. Terry has noted that we are looking at extraordinary number of openings, given it's the middle of July, yet we are chipping away. The biggest concern we have right now, as I've shared in multiple reports, is elementary classroom positions at both Berry City and Berrytown, but above all else, special education. I have been in contact with my colleagues in the Vermont Superintendent's Association. We are convening next week to discuss this strategy, a statewide strategy about what we're going to do, and kind of brainstorm and collectively come up with some ideas in case we cannot fill these positions. I want the board and the community to know that we have reached out 2 or 3 weeks ago to all of our interventionists, academic interventionists, coaches, tech integrationists, to let them know. As much as we don't want to do this, we may have to pull people out of those positions into classroom positions based on their licensure. At this point, we're looking for volunteers to do that. But that's the situation schools are in right now. It's not every district in the state, but it's most. Some are in much worse shape than we are. Franklin Northeast shared in their district that is a third of our size. They're currently down 12 elementary positions in their district. I shared in my report, Middlebury Public Schools are looking for 20 paraeducators with no candidates. We are in that same category as well. So this is a major, major issue and area of concern for us. And we're putting most of our time in the summer into filling these positions. So to Paul's question, since I shared my report, we do have some updates. Forgive me as I pull this up, and they're good updates. So if you look at the report, we had a number of positions at Berry City and Berrytown in particular, but even a few at Spalding. What I can add to my report for Berry City is that we have an interview pending with me for a new candidate for a grade 3-4 position at Berry City. We have reached out to 2 strong candidates. They have building-based interviews pending with Mr. Maflam at Berry City for our 2-5-6 ELA positions. Our school nurse and school counselor at Berry City were approved this evening. Thank you. For Berrytown, we have a grade 2 position that was approved this evening. Thank you. I have one superintendent interview scheduled for tomorrow with a new ELA candidate for grade 4 at Berrytown. And we also have grade 5 and 7 science approved pending tonight. Thank you for that. So we are really, really reaching out and not sitting our hands on this, using all kinds of different strategies to reach out to folks. But there are still a lot of holes to fill going in. I will say that across the state, there are very few, as I'm aware, of viable candidates for open special ed positions. We're competing with each other, and it is very worrisome. When you combine the fact that we're down so many support staff folks too. So that's just my main update tonight. And I ask that this be, we're talking about really focusing on our kids. This needs to be the focus of our work between now and late August. And I can assure you it is going to remain so for me and our team.
Because there are so many parts to your different reports, I'm going to, if anybody has questions about this part, the hiring part, and then because this seems like there's also the part that we're probably going to get into more with the listening session. So I'd like to sort of keep that separate, if that's okay. So does anybody have any questions for the superintendent regarding hiring? Are there any questions from the public who are joining us virtually? Katie, do you have a question? That might just be a leftover hand.
Might be, yep.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure I got an answer to my original question. How many remain openings do we have?
Thank you. Okay. We when I wrote you, we were at 23. We are now down to 18.
We started at 7.
We were in the 40s. Yeah. Well, and remember it varied because we were hiring people, then some left. So, but I think we have brought in over. Carol, you might be able to answer this better than I could, but over 50 folks. So,
Is that professional staff?
That's professional. You have to clarify that professional staff, teachers, licensed staff. And then in your report, it says we're still looking for 17 paraeducators.
that is right.
Okay, and that's still correct? Okay. Does that answer your question?
It is, it certainly does.
Okay. Michael?
So I want to say thank you for all the hiring that you guys are doing to fill the positions. It's appreciated and noticed. So I wanted to know how the community can help volunteer to fill the gaps, number one. And number two, what would be required for the community members to come on board? And how fast can the school district within house, not talking about fingerprinting stuff, get paperwork processed so people can get put into places?
I think, are we answering questions? I'm happy to answer that. Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question. I think that, when we put out a call for volunteers in the winter when we were really struggling, when the COVID cases were so high, it's funny, doesn't that seem like a long time ago? That the community members jumped in a lot of regards. The areas where we need the most support on the day-to-day basis, and I'm sure our teachers who are here would agree with this, are helping us with recess and lunch coverage. We have a gentleman who has been to a number of board meetings, Tyler Watkins, who has come on as a volunteer and has just been a savior for Barry City. I don't know if Tyler's on this meeting, but I want to publicly shout him out. The man shows up every day. He's great with kids. He takes on whatever needs to be taken on. And I know Hayden and Pierre are eternally grateful for what he's done, because those are the issues in making sure our teachers get breaks during the day. Because what happens when you don't have recess and cafeteria coverage, that just spreads the subpool even thinner. That is an area where we would really use some help. I'll also point out that the Agency of Education right now is having to take hard looks at credentials for folks. We are going to have a record number of people in provisional licenses this year. These are young kids or people just coming new into the profession who are working under my license. Tina and I are working very hard to make sure all those people have their ducks in a row, because we have to have licensed folks in these positions. But I think, circling back to your question, Michael, I think what we've been seeing is people through social media. This is where social media is working in a positive way, putting out calls to the, we need teachers in our schools, and people are responding sort of in a non-traditional way to get folks. So away, I'm thinking about maybe becoming a teacher, and we can help them get their licensure going. There are a lot of creative ways we can do that. So folks have been very supportive in that regard. I don't know if you have anything else to add to it, but we're thinking outside the box.
Chris, would it be helpful to talk a little bit about the special ed thing that they're doing to help people get licenses? With it, if you have a bachelor's degree, then you can go through the program and you can.
Yes. Yeah.
I think there might be somebody in the room there.
Right. There's that, and there's also through Act 173, retired educators can come back into the fold without losing any of their pension benefits. We, in fact, a little early, but it looks like we have a retired gentleman, longtime Barry employee coming out of retirement to help us at Barry City. But I'm not exactly sure about the details on that special ed program. Feel free to share it.
So the AOE's been working with the Higher Ed Collaborative that if you have a bachelor, sorry, the AOE has been working with Higher Ed Collaborative so that if you have a bachelor's degree, you can go through their 2-year program to get licensure to be a special educator in an attempt to try to get more people into special education. And so it's a pretty intensive program, but if it's something that people are interested in, as long as they have a bachelor's degree, then you can pursue it.
Yeah, forgive me, Renee, I didn't answer. Yeah, this is an intensive program, but we can fast track it as well if the people have the right credentials. But it is a commitment. It's a commitment. It's hard, but it can be a great opportunity for folks professionally.
So to answer Michael's question now, if you are interested in volunteering in some way, should they get in touch with building principals? Should they get in touch with HR?
Right on our HR page, we have a volunteer page, a volunteer, like a way to apply to volunteer. It's right on there, pretty straightforward. You just put in there your availability, what you're interested in volunteering for. contact information, we'll get back to you.
And then you have to pass a background check, I'm assuming, and
That's correct.
fingerprinting, and then you
Absolutely.
could. Okay. So if someone wanted to volunteer, they
Right.
would
My
want to.
wife went through the process today. It took about 6 months for her to actually get a call back after follow-up emails last page. So that's why I was just kind of curious.
That stinks, yeah.
Yeah, and it was nice that she was able to volunteer with Mr. Berta's class, going on a field trip and doing echo activities.
Yep.
So it's nice to know that. My follow-up for that is something that we used to do when I was with school board with Head Start, was that we had volunteers that were in the classroom helping out, and we worked with them to get some certifications to become certified teachers and kind of help with their educational standards to get them in as staff. Are there programs that our school's doing to help with that?
Lots of them, yes. Yep, we have programs through the Upper Valley Educational Institute, UBEI, helping teachers get certified. It's also helping for administrators. There are lots of creative ways that districts and agencies of education are using to try to attract people into the profession. I think what really needs to be noted is that on a national level, it's getting harder and harder to attract people to work in public education. It's just a fact of life these days. It's unfortunate, but it is true, and it saddens me for somebody who's devoted my whole career to it. But it is harder to find younger folks willing to jump into it.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes,
I just wanted to ask about the special ed piece. How intensive is the 2-year program? Is it like someone could work full time and participate in that, or?
So it's designed so that you're working, so it's kind of like your job is your internship kind of thing. So you're working as you're doing it, but
In a school.
yes,
So you're a special educator while you're going through the training.
right. You're on a provisional license. And I don't know how much coursework it is. I'm not really quite sure. But you do coursework in the evenings and probably, I don't know, some weekends, because it's a pretty intensive program. But if somebody's interested in it, it's a really good opportunity.
any other questions?
Why is there such a shortage on teachers? They're just not going to college to become a teacher? Or what's the lack of teachers? I don't understand.
Very
Other than that,
complex.
people just don't want to work anymore.
Well, there's that, but I think it's a very complex question. That I don't even know if I have time to jump into right now. It's a combination of let's be real. If you look in the media, there's not a lot of good stories about working in schools these days, locally, regionally, statewide, nationally. So I'm thinking when I was 22, 23 years old in school, I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's unfortunate. But that is definitely the issue. And I think it's not just in education, right? As you said, there are just people really thinking long and hard about what careers they're choosing in general, what their vocations are.
I'm sorry, that couldn't be a rich answer.
It's a big question. And
I think it has a lot of layers.
our young teachers can't find places to live. There's just so much to it right now. They can't afford it.
See the COVID effect, before COVID, after COVID, because we didn't have this problem before COVID.
The special ed concerns are not new. That has been kind of on the horizon for years. The classroom teachers and folks leaving the profession, I think just got exacerbated with the stressors of COVID. Just think about frustration and anger from folks around the country with what school became and how frustrated people were just in general with everything. And a lot of that just came right at schools. A lot of that frustration and anger and folks. It's a hard profession to be in these days. And I see a lot of teachers on the screen. If just talking about what the day-to-day life is like in schools when you're down so many support staff, when you're having to double, triple dip to get through the school day for your kids. This is not unique to Barry, but it's an enormous stressor on folks, and it's taking its toll. There is no doubt about it, on principals, on everybody.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the other parts of your report because we had tabled that, and I just want to make sure if there are any other questions about other items that were included in the superintendent's previous report, which includes Great Schools Partnership, some thoughts about the McKinney-Vento Act, the Spalding High School doing champs. They're planning a that as well. And then there was a summer school addendum. So are there any questions?
Can I just share, before Michael, I'm sorry, if I can just share this, then I didn't mean to interrupt you, but something to really celebrate. I think a few folks have talked about, we've got to talk about these good things going on. The success of our summer program is remarkable, our summer programming. Beyond being fully staffed, which is in and of itself remarkable, a number of districts have not been able to pull off summer programming because they couldn't get people to do them. We are fully staffed, fully operational. I have spent quite a bit of time at Barry City and at Spalding checking in on the variety of different programs that are in place for all of our kids. It is incredible experience for these kiddos, and the teachers are feeling really good about it. I know we have a couple of them on the screen tonight. This is something I'm really, really proud of. We have got to give props to Malika Neto, our summer school coordinator. She's a Barry City teacher. Stacy Anderson, our special services coordinator. They nailed it. They hustled. They got things in order, and they were able to provide really awesome programming for our kids this summer when they needed it. We all got to be proud of that. It's something to celebrate in a big way.
So I'm going to ask if there are any community members who have any other questions about the superintendent's report.
Michael, answer.
Oh, sorry, I didn't
Yeah.
see that.
I did, because we're talking about the full report now.
Yes. Well, we're talking about the part of the report that doesn't have to do with the listening session, because we're going to talk about the listening session, student behaviors and procedures. What's your question? Go ahead.
So I don't know if it falls into that, but
Okay.
I think, can you?
Oh, that's for homeless students.
Okay, so it's beyond the first two paragraphs.
Yep.
Can you tell, please?
That, and so I was reading this and it kind of looked like deja vu from my email that you guys sent me. And, you know, it talks about intense scrutiny. And I don't know if, was I the only person? Because I wasn't trying to be intense when I was asking the questions in the email.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, I
so
don't think
there's
that's
other.
No,
okay,
I don't.
I just wanted to make sure that, because it almost felt like it honestly felt like this was calling me out.
Oh, no. Oh, Michael, that was not the intention.
Okay. And
Your
that's fine.
questions
Okay,
were.
I just wanted to make sure.
Your questions were respectfully submitted, respectfully written, not
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
In perhaps my choice of words intense, maybe there's a negative connotation there. It wasn't negative at all.
Okay.
We're just getting a lot of questions back.
Okay, and that's
That's
fine.
it.
That's perfectly fine. I
Be
just
very
wanted to
clear,
clarify
or your message to me, I can only speak what you wrote to me, respectfully submitted.
that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Regarding the McKinney-Vento, I was reading there and it said that we're transporting folks from other communities.
That's right.
Is that part of McKinney-Vento? It requires us to transport? Okay. Just out of curiosity, how far away are we transporting?
It really depends. We have, as I wrote in the report, we have students camping in Groton. We got the Econo Lodge in Montpelier. We have, we've had folks living in campers in Tunbridge, all over. So it depends. It basically, we meet the needs of that family. You ought to be in the law. We're just trying to make sure we keep some stability for those kids.
And I can also speak to that. I've been the homeless liaison in Montpelier for the past several years. So if a student is farther away than maybe is in their best interest, there's a best interest determination about determining whether they should be transported that distance to the home school or they should be enrolled in the schools where they're currently staying and sort of living as a homeless family. And if the transportation is done from where they're staying, like I worked with a bunch of families this year that from Barry that were staying in the Econo Lodge, the two districts where their kids are staying and where they're going to school, they share the cost of that transportation. That's what the law says. So like in those situations, Montpelier paid for 50% and Barry paid for the other 50% if they have to hire a cab or if someone else is driving and we're paying mileage. So that's how that works.
Okay, thank you.
A final point on that, thank you, Chris, is that sometimes these living situations are very short term. It can be just for 3 or 4 days, or, we're just trying to work with the family. It's not necessarily for months on it. It can be very, very fluid.
Okay, I appreciate you for explaining that. Regarding the scapegoating part, I don't think anybody's scapegoating homeless folks. They're in a tough situation. The only reason why it's brought up is because you mentioned social ills beforehand and talking about the homeless, and this kind of piggybacks off the conversation. Sure. The other thing that I want to bring up is, you made a comment about we need the support of our community, and I just, as a community member, I just want to point out that any criticism that you're getting, it's not a sign of not supporting. I can guarantee, well, I can speak for myself, but I'm pretty sure I can speak for the majority of the people that are here. The criticism that we're having is constructive criticism. We care about you. We support our community and our schools. And that just needs to be known to you guys. No matter how much we are pain in the rectal cavity, that is our, at least my opinion on that.
I just want to say one thing, and I appreciate that perspective, Michael. To be fair, I think you probably don't know all the types of emails and phone calls that we get. And so I hear you, and I hear Chris saying, like, stuff that you write is super respectful, and that is great. That's not always the case. And so sometimes it doesn't feel real supportive when people are sort of, I don't even know the right language to say, like hammering some of the same questions. And sometimes people say, like, I don't get my questions answered. Well, sometimes your question, I'm not saying you, but sometimes one's question is answered, but it's not the outcome that they want. And so they continue to say, no one's answering my question. The question got answered. Sometimes it's not the outcome we want. Sometimes it's not the outcome I want. It's not the outcome the community member might want or the answer. But not all of the communication and the phone calls are respectful and supportive. And I want to go on record as saying that.
I get that, believe me. 12 years on city council, there are plenty of times that I did not get respectful stuff.
Yeah.
But I just want you to know that, like, the bunch of people that are here, I'm seeing a lot of shaking of heads. We support our community schools. We just want to help make them better. That's all.
Thank you.
A couple of things.
So I really would like to try to wrap up superintendent report if we can, because we are an hour behind. So Katie Jarvis, do you have a question regarding the superintendent's report? No. Okay. Tara Day?
It's not really necessarily a question, but I appreciate all the hard work and stuff that goes into summer school. But I have a child that's on an IEP and no busing information was sent to me, and I called and got rudely answered, and now he's not participating in summer school. So that's my comment for that.
So I think that's a Chris question.
Yeah, Tara, I'm happy to talk. I'll be in early tomorrow morning if you want to talk. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Tara. All right, now I'm going to ask, are there any questions from the board about the superintendent's report?
I just have a very quick question that doesn't really require any kind of an answer. The Great Schools Partnership Report, I think, because I was the person who was looking for that, I think I was looking for something a little bit more in depth. And if Gene Hager, we contract with these people, for almost $100,000 a year, and sorry, Michael, but I have to use the word consultant. that consultants that I've seen, there's an annual report with some more in-depth. And if she could do that for us, I think this is just a little weak.
Yeah, but for the purposes of this board report, we kept it. We didn't want it long and too extensive, but she's on the docket for an upcoming curriculum committee meeting to do a more in-depth presentation.
Right, cover letter,
Yep.
statistics, data, that
Right.
kind of thing.
Yep.
That's what I think I would be looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Hold on one second. I was going to, Juliana, do you have any questions? Okay. Renee? Carrie?
Nope.
Nancy?
Yes, I just have a question, in regards to the homeless. I agree with what Michael said, and I think the community is here and is supporting everybody here. But it looks like you've stated in here that you're not getting a lot of help from Washington County Mental Health and DCF. I mean, I'm thinking they're probably struggling just like we are.
They are.
Okay. So, and I just think it's kind of, I just think it's going to been worded a little bit differently because little help. I mean, I think they're probably doing what they can do. That's just a comment. That's all.
Definitely. We have excellent relationships with both Washington County and Department of Children and Families, not to mention these alternative programs. Indeed, right now, it's important for the community to know that very, very little help from these social service agencies. They are in the same boat that we are. They are, and there's no doubt about it. But it's important. The reason I put that out there is that simply just adds to the plate.
And we get that.
For our teachers, our counselors, our social workers, all those folks who are having, and it has implications for our discipline system as well. So, but yeah, no intention ever to throw anyone under the bus.
All right, thank you.
They are in the same leaky boat.
Tim?
I'm good.
I just wanted to make a comment because I know there has been talk and requests about getting an SRO back in Spalding, which to my understanding is that it would be pretty difficult considering the Berry City Police Department's not fully staffed. But I really appreciated the comments in your report that we've had some correspondence with Chief Bale and working on setting up a task force to kind of collaborate and be proactive in handling those situations.
And it is starting, we're starting a discussion with our admin team next week. Very excited about the relationship with our new chief, which is already thriving up here, Berrytown already with Chief Dodge. So it's
And we got another teacher too.
and we got a school nurse out of the deal.
School nurse.
Holy crap! I mean, unbelievable. But yeah, no, we're excited about that, and that will help with a lot of these topics we're talking about tonight as well. Having a collaborative relationship with our local police, talk about some issues that they're privy to that could pop up in some of our families and kids. It's very important to share that information.
Chris, would there be an opportunity for a board member to be on that, or is that necessary?
Very good question. And how about this? We're meeting for the first time with Berry City and Spalding administrators, Chief Bale next week. This is something he, to his credit, reached out to me with this idea following the Uvalde tragedy, and he was very new. And we're like, yep, let's get together. So that's what we're doing. So I'll get an idea from him what he's thinking. This is just very welcome. This should be welcome news to the whole community that we're having this relationship starting.
Chris Parker, do you have any questions?
Just Nancy, on your comment about the wording, I appreciate what you're saying there. And like I hear you and I can see that. And also the folks from both those agencies that I've worked with in the past year, they are definitely the first to say we are struggling, just like schools are struggling. So both folks at Washington County Mental Health and at DCF are in that place of like, we know we're not being able to serve as many kids and families as we usually can. Like they're right there with educators. So
they're our colleagues.
Yeah, for sure.
Heather Slayton, I see you have your hand raised, but we're gonna move on. I apologize, we ended public comment on that agenda item and went to board comment. So we're gonna move on to 7.3, the listening session, and I apologize to everyone that we are running behind. So Chris, there are some items in your superintendent's report, and I don't know if there's anything else, but you also maybe want to remind us of our ground rules.
Yeah, so I have a very brief presentation followed by a statement that I want to share with the community before opening up the floor to the community to hear their thoughts. I want to be very clear, this is not a comprehensive presentation or a deep dive into school discipline policies or procedures. That is not the point of this tonight. It's just to give some review and context. But the reality is these conversations are going to need to continue, no doubt, as we go into the end of the summer and the fall. For context, I said this earlier, we've got to get the community into our schools, talking with our principals, voicing these concerns. We need to hear from them. We have thriving parent PTOs, parent-teacher organizations that really took a hit with COVID. We got to get them up and going. Our principals are very interested in reaching out, getting us going. That will help a lot of this. But what I'm going to do is present. Oh wait, I have to share my screen. Excuse me for the folks online. Give me just a moment. And as I said, for those who've been patiently waiting, I do not intend my purpose to be long.
Share just a window, because otherwise you're sharing all these times.
Share. Thank you, Chris. Share tab.
A tab.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay. Thank you everybody for joining us. Sorry, I didn't get this all set. Well, and welcome to this listening session on BU discipline policies and procedures. I want to lead off by first of all stating that I wish very much that I was at our session on June 23rd. I was unable to be here. I want to state on behalf of our entire administration, our teachers, our staff, that anytime a child, one of our students is hurt physically or suffers any sort of emotional pain, it pains us all. It has impact on all of us. We take this seriously. Adherence to our policies and procedures. Adherence to our policies and procedures is essential for the functioning of our school. And what I want to do is just lead off with a little bit of context. The first thing I want to share with folks is that when we get to the rules of the road of our listening session, this is identical to what we did for our listening sessions on ESSER and our budget presentation. And I recall getting great feedback on that from folks. We want to have each person have up to 5 minutes to make a statement, share their thoughts. I will be facilitating in terms of calling on people, keeping time. What I'm going to try to do is alternate between those folks on the screen and folks out in person. Following the last participant, the board will engage in discussion and Q&A between themselves and administration. So at that point, and I think Carol's the other administrator here, if the board will engage in dialogue, ask questions of themselves and of me. Yeah.
So we have to make sure we speak up because there's lots of people. Not lots of
Are
people.
folks not able to hear me?
Yes.
Now,
Oh, really? My teacher voice is
you'll have
gotten
to
weaker this
You'll
summer.
have to use your teacher.
I'll use my, forgive me, I'm sorry. And I do hope that people can hear me through the owl on screen. But anyway, so following the folks' opportunities to share they have up to 5 minutes. You obviously don't need to use all 5 minutes. Then we will engage in Q&A between the board and any questions they have for me as well. I want to lead off by focusing on the BUUSD strategic plan. Our strategic plan guides the work of every member of our community. This plan was developed over a year ago by a wide variety of members from the community, school administrators, teachers, board members. It is a document we can all be proud of, but candidly, we were not able to spend a lot of time on this school year. And our administrative team is diving deep into it to inform our work. And I want to share a quick look at this.
You're gonna lose it.
Thank you. This strategic plan can be found on our website. It's very prominently placed in our district section. And a couple things that I just want to point out. The plan guides the work of every member of our community. We talk, a few board members have talked about what our mission is as a board, as a district, and our mission is to build a community of curious learners that empower student voice and exploration through education, character development, perseverance, so our students can take on the world's greatest challenges. I'm not going to go in depth to the strategic plan now, but I want people to be aware of it because it is going to inform our work. To me, the biggest takeaways are our mission and vision that are fueled by our beliefs, these belief statements. These are important for the board to be very familiar with, starting with the students matter, staff matter, all the way down to the bottom one, all staff deserve deep investments in training, professional development, and support. For the sake of this discussion, right here, every student has different needs, and their needs should be met, no matter where they are from or which school they attend. These are just belief statements that came from the work of this committee. And when you go further down, there's all kinds of goals with strategic objectives around equitable access, communications and relationships, curriculum, career pathways, student wellness, and student engagement. I strongly encourage people to become familiar with this document. It's going to inform our work in a big way this year going forward by school, but it also, in my view, needs to happen at the board level. And I hope we can have an opportunity to really do a deep dive into this. Karen Fredericks and I are hoping to facilitate a discussion with the entire board about the strategic plan early this fall, to get everybody up to speed on it. Okay. So the next piece is just a quick view of the two policies related to student discipline and hazing, harassment, and bullying that are required by the state of Vermont and VSBA and are consistent with policies in other districts. This is not a time to go through these policies in depth. I just want to make sure that people know that they can be found. There's a copy of C10, obviously, in our packet, but this is the policy on prevention of harassment, hazing, and bullying. We talked about having designated reporters at each school as we addressed that this evening. There are clear definitions in this policy about what bullying is, what hazing and harassment is. And I'm going to get to that definition of bullying in just a second so people can really have a clear understanding of it. The next piece is this student conduct and discipline policy, which is also the work of the board to make sure we're adhering to it. It's fairly short. And basically, in addition to kind of laying out that we have a policy about conduct and discipline, it also points out that schools need to have procedural manuals, student and parent handbooks in place to get into the procedural matters of how to implement these policies. All of these are readily available on our website. And these are the work of our board. We have a policy committee that is chaired by Chris Parker, and a number of our board members are on it, where we make sure these policies are up to date and where they need to be. So the next piece is this idea around student parent handbooks. These are procedural manuals that are required by our student conduct and discipline policy. They're typically updated each summer. Each school is in the process of updating them now. A lot of that is kind of the mundane, like changing names and phone numbers, making sure those are up to date. Sometimes it's looking at some of the discipline procedures themselves and updating those. There are some things, candidly, in all three of our schools that do need to be updated right now, and our administration and teams are working on those. But we no longer print out copies for everybody. Families are made aware that they can ask for a printed version. Each of our school offices has copies available. Sorry for the jumping around here. What I want to do is just, sorry, this presentation was a little tricky. I'm a Mac person, if anybody couldn't tell. Taking a quick look at just randomly, the Barry City Student Parent Handbook. This is a 70-page document. And when you look at this, and again, this is the 21-22 version, so there's a lot of stuff that needs to be updated on it. But I'm going to jump ahead. It has all the teachers' names and their positions, contacts, etc. But if we go down to pages 16 to 33, that gets into behavior and discipline procedures and how we follow them. And it's important that the community is really aware of how all of this works to the best of their ability. It's a very complex document. What people need to be aware of is that to adhere to these procedures and in the policies themselves, we need strong teams of talented, trained, devoted staff. We've talked about the staffing shortages that we're facing that make this challenging to do and to do well and with integrity. So it's just important for people to know that. But all of this gets into the details of PBIS. It also gets into what happens in the case of serious behavioral concerns, behavioral level systems. What are the menu of consequences that occur when incidents occur? All right, all of that stuff is what our behavior teams or administration teachers need to follow. Okay. So this is an important piece that folks need to know, that each of the schools has these policy manuals and that we are responsible for adhering to them on a day-to-day basis. So a key piece for the sake of this discussion that I want to make sure people know. A definition of bullying. This is a term that is used kind of freely, and I think it's very important that everybody knows exactly what it means. It's a legal term. This is language that we've taken from VSBA required policy. It's typical in all discipline policies around the state. And this is the definition of bullying. It means any overt act, and this is for students, by the way, but certainly bullying can apply to adult situations too. Bullying means any overt act or combination of acts, including an act conducted by electronic means. Most specifically, these devices are where it happens most often now, directed against a student by another or a group of students in which one, this is key, is repeated over time. B, is intended to ridicule, humiliate, or intimidate the student. And C, occurs in either two of these situations: during the school day on school property, on a school bus, or at a school-sponsored activity, or before or after the school day on a school bus or at a school-sponsored activity, or, and this is incredibly important, does not occur during the school day or on school property, on a school bus, or at a school-sponsored activity, but can be shown to pose a clear and substantial interference with another student's right to access their educational programs. This is where, when these incidents are reported to the designated folks in each school, all right, this is where the rubber hits the road, because the investigations, when we're doing this, are to do well, are very time consuming. And when you're having situations where multiple parties are involved, one party feels like one person was responsible for the bullying incident, the other one thinks the other one was, these can't be remedied quickly. And it takes a lot of work and by skilled folks in doing investigations. So this is just sort of the context of what we're working with day to day in terms of policies and procedures. What I want to do is switch gears to reading a statement that can give context on this. Some of this statement is drawn from my most recent board report, but there are some additions to it as well. And then following that statement, which I hope will give context to what it's like working within these policies and procedures, we'll open up to the listening session. So I'm not typically one who likes to read statements, but for the purpose of this, I think it's very important that I do read it. So I'm going to lead off by once again stressing that we take the physical and social emotional safety of our students and staff very seriously. Anytime a student or adult in our community is physically harmed or mistreated in any way, the incident is indeed harmful to all of us. We are committed to adhering to our discipline policies and procedures in a way that holds our students accountable for their actions, while also focusing on the learning and growth opportunities that such incidents provide. Something very important to consider is that the successful implementation of all of these policies and procedures requires a fully staffed team, talented, devoted, and trained professionals in all of our schools. The successful implementation also requires the understanding, cooperation, and empathy of all stakeholders in the community. Without both of those things, it's very hard for these things to function in a successful way. Regarding this last point, if you look closely, at the discipline sections in the handbooks of each school, you will see that we are basically requiring that our students behave in a manner that is civil, respectful, and kind when they are with us. We expect our children to be respectful to each other, to the adults in their lives, and to the physical environment of our schools. As a lifelong educator, I'm happy to say that schools have always been a place where we work hard to model civility, kindness, and respect. And we understand that doing so is just as essential in preparing our students for a happy and productive adult life as teaching them to read and write. We also understand, as every parent does, that this is very challenging work and that we're not always successful at it. I can confidently say, however, with many of my colleagues here present tonight, that our faculty and staff deftly and expertly devote significant chunks of their day to helping our students manage the social and emotional trials and challenges of being a kid, and that the vast majority of this work is successful and has a huge impact on our students' lives. But I need to be clear. We cannot do this alone. I feel compelled to say that too often the public and private discourse between the community and our schools is anything but civil, kind, and respectful. The emails, the phone messages, social media posts to and about people in our school community are too often filled with personal attacks, threats, rumor, and conspiracy mongering and other forms of disrespectful communication. Such behavior also happens in too many face-to-face encounters, including in day-to-day operations of our school and in some of our school board meetings, alas. Just this week, a controversy about the wellness of the BTMES chickens erupted into a horrible situation where some people from our own community joined people from other communities and piled on our schools through social media. School personnel answering the phones were greeted Monday morning to personal attacks, swearing, threats. I include myself in that Monday morning horrible situation. Indeed, the Vermont veterinarian who provided her expertise to help us clear this issue up last month was also threatened. This was an unnerving experience for all of us. And unfortunately, such experiences and behavior are not isolated in our school community and too many others. Our kids are watching and they're learning from all of us. And we need all adults in their lives to do their best to model the behavior we expect from them whenever they enter our school buildings. How can we expect our students to behave respectfully and effectively and meaningfully hold them accountable for their actions when we too often have such trouble doing it for ourselves? Our administrative team, our staff, and I pledge to reflect on how we can better model civility, kindness, and respect for our students, families, and each other while holding each other effectively accountable when we mess up. We clearly need to be better at listening to people in our community. It is clear. And I pledge that we will work hard to do better in that regard. I close by asking all members of our community to do the same. Thank you. With that, I would like to review the listening session rules of the road. Each person will have up to 5 minutes to make a statement and share their thoughts. I will be facilitating to the best of my ability, keeping time, calling on participants. Following the last participant, the board will engage in discussion and Q&A between themselves and administration. So with that, I open up. I say thank you. I open up to the floor. I'm going to.
Chris, you just want to click stop sharing up at the top?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Renee. And what I would like to do, I think just for sake of audio, if anybody in the community wants to come up and speak, maybe sit up in the front chair to do so, just so we can make sure we can hear. And I'll do my best to call on folks alternating between the screen and in person. So with that, I'll start off with Heather Slayton. Heather, you have up to 5 minutes if you'd like to share your thoughts.
Thanks, Chris.
I tend to get a little emotional, so I just typed something and I'm just going to read it and be done. I wanted to say thank you for this opportunity to speak to the behavioral and discipline issues currently plaguing our district. I would like to preface my statement by making it very clear that in no way are any of the following words meant as a judgment of any parent or family member, regardless of how they were raised or how they are raising their children, either by choice or because of their current circumstance. Neither is it a judgment of our district, any independent school within our district, or any staff member of our district. I have been spoken to parents, employees of the district, my children, and other students on several occasions about many incidents happening in several different circumstances. And I lost how it moved. Obviously, we've got kids that are moving in different circles, different groups, many different age groups. So things are moving in different discipline ways. And I get that. We're seeing different things in social media. We're seeing different things on the news. I think it's safe to say that what we're seeing is not always maybe quite the full story in any of those arenas. I've noticed that what I'm being told about the discipline process, which is clearly always a secondhand thing, is very different in every case. But clearly, different kids, different histories, different ages. So one would expect that. When you're considering all this secondhand information, the question that always comes to my mind is what's going on with the kid that's bringing the behavior? What is going on for that kid? What has happened to them? What have they seen? What put them in a position to need to act out or even to think that that behavior is okay? It bears repeating at this point that this is not a judgment, but I've worked in mental health for 20 years and I have seen too many people coming from a place where they didn't have the right resources at their disposal to ever improve their situation. And it can be close to impossible to improve your life at all with the wrong response at any given moment in any given situation. And this is not to say that we should be diagnosing kids with mental disorders at all. But what I do mean is that as a district, what should we be doing to help identify students that might have anything going on that is a precursor to those behaviors starting to begin with? Something that they're not able to manage in the moment that might turn into the behaviors that we're seeing now that are going to come down the road. And are we aware as a district of resources that might be available to the parents, the families, the staff, those students that could prevent the problems we're having now? Do we know what supports are available in our community? Do we know how to access them? Mental health supports are not the only thing that we need to think of in this case. What else? What activities are out there in the community that can keep them happy and active and not in their own head? Things that are going to give them an outlet or keep them off this path that's going to drive them into this fury that's going to cause bullying behavior or cause them to be so upset about their life that this is their only outlet. What is there? We have sports, we have drama, we have library. What else is there? What else could there be? What else should there be? And who can start it and how? Do we know any of those answers and who could we share them with to get that ball rolling? Because I feel like right now, treating the symptoms is no longer working. Band-aids are falling off. It is time to diagnose the actual problem and treat it. And in order to do that, somebody has to complete an actual exam and figure out what the real problems are. Because discipline without figuring out what caused the problem is not the answer. And when you're pigeonholed by the actual discipline that you can provide and your ability to follow through with any of it on any kind of regular basis across the board is crippled, it's never going to work. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You need to figure out, or somebody needs to figure out, why is it going on in the first place? So
About 30 seconds, just so we know.
So my last 3 seconds, I'd like to remind everybody that the school district as a whole decided to no longer contract with Washington County Mental Health Services. That's all I have to say. That was years ago, long before you. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Tara has her hand. Was there anybody else in the Michael? Do you want to come up? If you wouldn't mind just sitting up in the front just so we can hear you, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
I'm not afraid of the public.
That's a good thing.
You know it. So, I got 3 questions. I just completed my degree in human services, and went through a public policy and social justice class. And I was reviewing some of the material for that class, and I have some questions, 3 in particular for you guys. Number 1, about family preservation programs within the school district, if there are any. And for those that might not know what they are, they're systems that are in place to help families that are looking to help their children. So parents that say, hey, my kid has a problem, how can I get some help? So I'm curious what type of interventions our school district is providing, number 1. Number 2, there's been some talk in the community about adult peer groups, facilitated potentially by the school, so that as adults, we can communicate effectively, and as adults, to show people that we can actually get things done on a civil level. We have to come together and play together nicely, or we're not going to get anything done. And thirdly, when was the last meeting between the admins and the community prior to COVID? Because you had said in the earlier meeting that there were, so I just had taken that down as a note to ask when and when they're going to start back up again.
Thank you. Important to the whole community know that the rising up, getting the parent-teacher groups going in is an enormous priority for us. It has been sorely missed in the last 2.5 years. Thank you, Michael.
Can I get any answers to those?
Well, I just answered that one. In terms of adult peer groups, I think that'd be something that we could do through the PTO. That would be great to do. In terms of family preservation, we have social workers, school social workers in all the schools who work with the agencies. I don't know specifically about this is a program, but what I do know is that
It's a general program.
Okay.
It's a statement, essentially, a program nuance.
Okay, all right. But we have school social workers in place at all of our schools, helping families on a wide variety of issues and their kids. And I think that preservation, that's an interesting word. It's like really helping them hold their lives together.
And it's really a step before we get to having serious intervention. And that's why I asked. And then you mentioned that we're understaffed or underfunded potentially to have. So I think that we can definitely work on that. Thank you.
On the screen, we have Tara.
So I'm gonna be a little bit more personal. I won't mention names or anything, but mine's a more personal story. So I have a now 4th grader that first was at Berry City, was bullied back in kindergarten. Nothing really came of it. It wasn't substantiated, whatever. He now, then after that happened, got anxiety from it. Now we are fighting anxiety on a daily. And then this past year, he was being sexually harassed at Berry City. And I love that the policies and procedures are in place, but administration needs to follow them. Because I got a nice little email stating that they weren't followed and these things were substantiated. And the things that were done to him were not little things, getting hit in private, being looked at when he was going to the bathroom. I came to the board, which it turned out the way that it should. It turned into a mental crisis and had to pull him from school. Went through all the channels and he missed school because it wasn't done sooner. I had to wait for board. He then is now at Berrytown and is doing wonderful. But the fact of the administration not following the procedure to begin with, it's great to have those, but they have to follow them. And I mean, the first time of the bullying has caused anxiety in my child and now has trauma from not only one time at Berry City, but now 2 times at Berry City being bullied. And I'm all for, I get different ages, different discipline, whatever. But my thing is that I think that kids need to be disciplined, honestly. I get the whole figuring out the problem is great, but they need to be disciplined because when they're older and they go murder someone, they're not going to be like, oh, just wipe your hands, you're good. Like, there's consequences for your actions. And in this circumstance, my son was pulled into the room with the kid that was bullying him, one of them, which was traumatizing. So now I have a child that obviously the school's not dealing with it on a daily. I have to deal with it because of interactions that happened at school. And I am not I have worked with kids with behavioral and in education, and I get all the hard responsibilities and everything that comes with it. But in this instance, I'm talking about my child. And I feel like not trying to be disrespectful, but it was more pointing fingers of, well, you kept him out too long. But if it was dealt with without having to go to the board, he would have been back in school sooner. It's just the dropping of the balls on this and then this whole other thing that happened with summer school. Like, it's an issue. And I know my child, and I'm not the only parent that has had interactions. It's just heartbreaking, and I'm trying not to get emotional over it, but to see my child refuse to go to school and threaten suicide at third grade, that's pretty serious. And yet there was really nothing done. Discipline, nothing. So all I'm saying, procedures are great, but the administration and everyone needs to follow them. Thank you.
Is there anybody,
Chris, Julia can go next, if you don't mind. She's got school in the morning.
No.
Julia, if you want to shoot, you don't have to use the whole 5 minutes. We'd love to hear from you.
She can sit up when she
No,
wants.
no, she can stand next to me.
Tim, the floor is totally hers.
No, come here. So 2 weeks ago, after the incident occurred, I will tell you, I still haven't read about it in the paper. I've heard bits and pieces of conversations. But that Saturday afternoon, we were home and Julia said, "Did you know about my friend who got hurt?" And I said, "She's a teenager, I don't listen." And I said, "What are you talking about?" That my friend got hurt at school. And I said, "What are you talking about?" And then she told me the kid's name. And then I put it together. My concern is this as a parent. This is her friend who was lured and beaten. What had happened if she had been with him? Now, according to accounts, this is an incident that festered in the school for a long time. This is my child. What if she had been there when this happened? What would have happened? Who would apologize to me then? Because that would be a hate crime and somebody would go to jail. I am really concerned because in 2019, when my other child went through all of this stuff, she spent a year in a mental institution getting over this. I have yet to have an apology from the yo-yos who didn't do anything about it at all. And those teachers are still in the school. That is insane. Talking about a broken system. And there was a child, a friend of hers about a week ago, that is telling me about hiding in the library because the bullies don't come in the library. What the hell? What is wrong with us? And why did the librarian think that was okay, and why was that reported? My only question is what happens to the people who are not following the student policy? Why aren't they fired? Why aren't they publicly flogged? So just remember this. My child could have been with him on that bike path. And I don't think there'll be a lot of sad singing and hand wringing if that happened. All right. Thank you very much. Go home for bed. Oh, you're not there yet? Okay, go sit down.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Julia.
She was gonna talk, but she got very afraid. Come on.
That's okay.
You should have seen her at the city hall when she cried.
Thank you, Julia. I believe Richard Cook, you have your hand up, sir. Richard, are you out there, Mr. Cook? Yeah,
He a little sedated. He's in the hospital. He's got a jet ski accident. He's our football coach.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
We'll come back.
Is there anybody else out in the community who would like to?
Sorry about that.
Sure, you're on.
My nurse came in. I was talking to her. So I think my only thing, it kind of piggybacks on what the last few people have been saying is really one word, is accountability. Like, just as well as adults need to be held accountable, these kids, I'm a substitute teacher and I coach football, and the biggest thing I see is kids are not being held accountable for their actions. Like, I was a ISS specialist, and I literally had there was no power. It was almost like not necessarily a power thing, but it was like these kids would get sent to ISS and know they wouldn't have to listen to what the ISS teacher said. They didn't have to do their schoolwork if they didn't want to, because nobody was going to do anything about it. So I think just the lack of accountability, and it's not just in Barry. It's not just in Barry or Spalding, or it's all over the place, at least in the state of Vermont, from what I can see. It's just a huge lack of accountability on everybody's part. That's all I have.
Thank you, Richard. Anybody else out in the community who would like to share? Yeah, would you mind coming up a little bit closer just for the owl? Thank you.
Tina Ruthier, and I'm not very good at verbal sharing, but thank you for your story. I've experienced bullying as a child and as an adult. And I think one of the biggest things that tonight is all about, and why I'm here, is being heard. As a kid, as an adult, as a friend, as a spouse, there's nothing in this entire world that I think hurts me more than not being heard. Thank you for your time. It is a lot of work. I just really stepped up this much on the TAC committee, and I really respect what you're doing. But the bottom line is accountability and being heard. Thank you. Thank you, Tina.
Is there anybody else out in who's joining us virtually who would like to share their thoughts? Okay, we can certainly see if there's anybody else here. Yes, come on up.
I have a pretty loud voice, so I don't think I need to come up.
You can then stay right.
As most of, if not all of you know, I'm the mother of the boy who was assaulted. I could go on for 30 minutes. 5 minutes is what it is. Accountability for sure, absolutely. I understand that the school board's hands are tied in a lot of ways. And again, this is going to come down to the administration more than it is the board. But if the board is recognizing that these policies are not being followed, and I've heard from so many community members, my inbox is full on a daily basis, that this has been going on forever. So it just would seem to me that whatever policies are in place pre-COVID, after whatever you want to call it, are not being followed. So again, accountability, but accountability on staff. And I understand that everyone's struggling. I understand that everywhere that we are, we're short here, we're short there. Parents do need to step up, absolutely. I lived in this town less than 6 months, and this happened to my son. It took me 3 weeks to get my boys into the school because of shortages and such, and it started almost immediately. We hadn't even lived here very long, and it started. So the fact that I don't know, I'm going to guess that most of, if not all of the board members were not aware of the prior to the assault, but it existed. And so what you're saying is that it needs to, go through all these policies and everything, it existed. So why didn't you guys know about it if the school did do their policies and did it? Because I was assured from the school that the incident that had arisen had been dealt with and that it wasn't a point of concern. Did I still wait 2.5 months before I allowed my child to walk home? Oh, yes, I did. Because I figured, okay, things have probably settled by now, even if they were brewing for a little while. And they didn't. They were worse. And so to be reassured that things were settled and then talk to community member after community member after community member about the children that were involved, probably at least half of the students knew. If at least half of the students knew, you can't tell me there wasn't at least one teacher that didn't at least hear about the boiling of the situation at hand. So I just don't understand why intervention wasn't taken care of, but it's my understanding that not only are these policies now followed, but followed through with or whatever, that as somebody else has spoke tonight said, that it moves from point to point to point, let's blame this person, let's blame that person. I mean, my son was literally bleeding on the bike path, and I understand that it's technically, but it's my son. I called the school, and I was instructed that it wasn't their problem because it was after school, and it wasn't on school property. That's unacceptable. So I think that where the board needs to come in is making sure that these policies are followed through with, making sure that these reports of students having problems. The incident that had boiled up to the first place happened in April, and that's when I was assured that it had boiled down after the suspension that existed because my son was involved in a fight in school. And I admittedly so, I didn't report on it. So maybe that's on me. But if all these students were suspended at that time, or even some of them, I would think that following through with policies, y'all, or at least some of you would have heard about that. Because that goes into a higher level than just the school. At least I would think it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Is there anybody on screen? I think we might be done there. Is there anybody else who would like to share their thoughts, Stacy?
Stacy Bolton, Berry City. I just want to piggyback on some of what everybody's been saying. Personally know a student that had bullying issues that, to our perspective, did not get taken care of, and hence, like Tara's son or child has suffered the mental health consequences. She's spent more time in a residential mental health institution than she has in school, and now doesn't even go to public school. She has some alternate form of education that she doesn't have to deal with bullying. And let's see. So that was one point I wanted to make. It's obviously this was a problem 2 years ago, and obviously it's still a problem today. So not totally sure what the answers are, but there need to be changes. If community can help, that would be, let us know. But we need to be involved. We need to have open communication between schools, the board, because you can sit here and listen all you want, but unless we can have some dialogue, which I think needs to be on a future agenda for the record, for the community and the board and any faculty that want to come and have dialogue, not just us giving you information with no feedback. So then I want to get to a whole nother issue that I believe one of the people online talked about was if these problems have been brewing, like it was brewing with the student I know, it was talked about, not really addressed. And so what could the school, what could the community be doing to offer the bullies resources that might help them before it lead to mental trauma of the victims? I think, I don't know who it was online was talking about the mental health aspect, Washington County mental health, social workers, psychiatrists, they're all in the schools. Like, could things be done well before we get to the point of assault or dropping out of school or reaping the mental health consequences? I don't have all those answers either, but those are just thoughts as to what we can do. And then is there help for people, the victims of the bullying? Can't mention the name, but could the son we're talking about, like the school step in and help provide the resources he needs to heal from his trauma? Could the student I know about, could the school have helped, work through her mental health trauma from being bullied and threatened that someone was gonna, burn her house down or get hit by a bus or, just a holistic approach. I like, gosh. Yes, what did I forget? I'm having a mental block on your name. His point of, could there be groups that parents and kids could attend as far as mental health support, adult to adult peer groups, kid to kid or kids to parent groups within the school that could foster, parent students in relationships, anything to just bring about change and positive reinforcement to how kids act or parents and kids or whatever. And not to mention as well that teachers as well are getting bullied. I've heard students comment about other kids swearing at teachers, and that's not okay either. And so how do we help that whole problem as well? I don't know what a teacher's supposed to do when a kid swears at them in the middle of class. I don't know, but that's an issue too. I'll mention that sometimes lack of control of the classroom, but that's a whole nother topic. So, so that just throwing it all out there because I don't know the exact answers, but those are just I had.
Thank you. On the screen, we have Katie and then Raylene. How about Katie, you lead off, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring forth the perspective of a teacher for a second because, she did mention towards the end there that teachers are having issues too, and then brought up the classroom management piece. And I know that there are some teachers that have problems with classroom management, but I think really where we have gotten, I'm from Barry Town, and I know for a fact Barry City is a lot worse when it comes to behaviors. We're not able to teach anymore. We're not teaching because we have so many kids, maybe even 2 kids in a class that are, taking that entire class time away from teaching and just causing a ton of trouble. And so you have all these other students who could really be learning so much who aren't learning anything. And this whole accountability piece, there are no consequences. And, this whole let's write them up and give them a detention and suspension and punishment isn't working. And I think instead of continuing down the path of, oh yeah, let's keep this kid home for 5 days in the one place they shouldn't be because that's the place where they aren't safe. And I just think that as a community, we need to come together and come up with some alternative ideas for these kids who need more than just math and reading and writing. Whether it's being a big brother to a kindergartner who's having behavior issues and, being able to feel confident about themselves and feel like they can be a leader and finding the thing that they are good at and pulling that out of them instead of, oh, here, try to learn math when you got hit last night by I just the mental health piece is clearly a problem. These are kids who spent 6 months at home, with their families that may not have been the greatest place for them to be. And then last year, we're only in school for 2 days out of the 5, out of 7, really. And so these kids that are having these behaviors clearly have a lot mentally going on. And we all need to rally together and come up with a plan so that we don't lose more teachers because Berrytown lost half of their staff last year. And if another year like last year happens again, I would not be surprised if we lost the other half. So I just think, we need our students first and foremost in the front of our mind, but we also need to be thinking about the teachers who go home at night crying because there's nothing they feel they can do for these poor kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Before we call Raylene, is there anybody else out in the audience who would like to speak? Richard.
William.
Oh, William, excuse me. My sincere apologies. Well,
That's okay.
sorry about that.
William Togort, Berry City. I was actually a victim of, I'm not sure if you'd call it bullying or assault when I was a child. To the extent that I think I was in 7th grade, the police got called. And there was basically an intervention. What happened? My parents took me to karate class, and the next year I got one of the bullies in a headlock. That was the end of the bullying for a while. But It happened again later, but the thing is that we have to recognize that if we don't do something about it immediately, it becomes a problem. My son, actually, when he was, forget whether it was kindergarten or first grade, one of the kids, and this was at what's now St. Monica, St. Michael School, I forget what name it went under at that time, got hit in the head with a shovel by one of the kids. He didn't tell anybody. Okay, he didn't tell a teacher. He came home, he said, yeah, so-and-so hit me in the head with a shovel. And I don't even know what game we were playing. Okay, so when we found out what had happened, we contacted the school. It was dealt with immediately. Not only was there no incident after that, I don't recall any other incidents for any kids the entire time that my kids were in the Catholic school. My wife actually went to Princeton, and one of her classmates there, I don't believe she knew the person. His parents had he was constantly getting into trouble, and his parents were constantly getting him out of it. You know, basically preventing him from having to deal with the consequences of his own actions. I forget which Menendez brother that was. But the fact of the matter is that we are not doing the children a service if we are not disciplining. Okay? In some cases, we're not doing their parents a service either. And the other thing that I'd like to point out is that you look at the audience here, you look at the people there, these are all people who have taken hours out of a Thursday evening because they care about the schools. Okay? Give us the resources. Let us know what the children are being taught. Let us know what the curriculum is. Put it online. What is being taught in each of the classes, each of the grades. So right now, I look at what's going on nationally. I don't know what's being taught in the schools. If someone were to ask me, would you send your child to Berry City School, Berry Town School? I would say no. And because I don't know what's being taught there, because they won't give me the answers. They won't tell us what they're teaching in the curriculum. And so that may be part of the reason why we're having trouble getting people on board, is that, and I don't think Berry's any worse than any other school as far as that's concerned, but transparency. You want us to trust you. Trust us with the information. Trust us to see, trust the community to see. You tell us what's being taught, you show us. Is this, you know, I hear rumors about there being furries in classes. Okay. Trust us with the information. Let us know what's going on in the classes. And, you know, when you trust us with the information, we'll believe, okay, you're doing something about it. We can trust that the school will be okay because when something happens, we'll know about it. And so that's basically what I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
What is that?
A furry, there have been rumors in some places that with the whole transgender movement, there's also a trans animal.
Okay.
Where students decide not that they're the opposite sex, but that they are actually animals.
Okay.
There have been stories, unconfirmed as far as I know, about litter boxes in classrooms in some schools. About people wearing dog collars because they identify as dogs or cats or various other animals. So they call them furries because for the most part they're mammals. And I guess even if someone identified as a frog, they would probably be called, the person would be called a furry. But thank you for your question.
Raylene, are you with us still?
I am. Good evening. So I guess mine's more of a question than a comment. And it goes back to when I was in school, or even my kids were in school, and we won't talk about how long ago that was. But um, when we're talking about dialogue, I would love to know if there is dialogue with the kids. I know when I was in school, we used to assemble for many different reasons. Sometimes bullying. When I was in high school, we lost 5 people during my 4 years of high school to drinking and driving. And my senior year, we assembled, and when we assembled with the smashed up bloody car of the one of the victims that we were not going to be able to graduate with. And the impact of that was extreme. And I just, even if you're a bully, even if you have things going on in your life, I believe strongly that you have some sort of sensitivity in your heart. And if you know about how others feel about what you're doing and how others perceive you, can change your actions all by itself. And so I just wonder about the dialogue with the kids, between the kids, and if they saw that dialogue instrumented by the administration, if that would have any impact at all. And then I also wonder if peer groups, we had homerooms, we had um, people that were elected even in grade school and lower classes. We had people that we elected in our classes that we knew that we could go to um, and kind of help us express ourselves. So if we were somebody that was a little more quiet and we were willing to tell Amy, the class monitor, something, and then she was able to go with us to express ourselves, how much more open that felt, and how relieving it felt to know that there was another kid that was going to understand you and be a part of the progression and in getting you the help that you needed. And so while I think it's extremely important that the community has dialogue, I think it's just as important, if not more important, that the kids do amongst each other, their peers. And that's it. Thank you.
Really, thank you. I saw Sandra Cormier just raise your hand, but first, is there anybody else out in the audience who would like to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to comment on.
Oh, sure, yeah.
My name is Dean Preston, and I can also turn the clock way back. And that I remember in school there was bullying as well, and that if you went and reported it to the teacher, that that bully was handled. If it happened a second time, you were grabbed by the collar of your shirt and you were dragged down to the principal's room. And it never happened after that. That teachers, I felt back then, they had more students in their class than what there is today. They were able to manage anywhere from 25 to 35 kids in a classroom. The students respected the teachers, which I don't see a lot of that going on today. That I don't know where the break came for the students not to respect the teachers. Junior seniors, they brought rifles to school in their trucks to go deer hunting with, or anything like that. 20 years ago, you wouldn't hear anybody being shot in the state of Vermont. Now, I think Burlington just had 16 shootings, which that never happened yet. That happened in a different state. So violence is creeping into our area. And it's kind of like a catch and release program that cops are out there. They're trying to pull them off the street. They're trying to bring them in, and they're right back on the street within 24 hours, 48 hours. So even the cops are getting discouraged with not being able to handle people. So I don't really know what the outcome is as far as the students go, but definitely, I think the teachers felt more that the school board was on their side, that they would support them, that they wouldn't lose their job if they disciplined a student in school that was acting up, that they had the support and the principal, the superintendent right up the ladder. And so they felt confident about taking the student aside and trying to discipline them. And like I said, if they couldn't make it work, then the next step was the principal. And after that, they were suspended. So that I think our teachers probably need a little bit more leeway in the school. If a student felt confident enough to go to the teacher and say, hey, this kid is picking on me, what can we do about it? The teacher should be able to have an answer to give to that student right there. I will help you. Or if I can't, I know somebody that will. And end the situation right there before the fire really starts to blaze. And that I think the teachers need to be reassured that they do have support, they won't lose their job, and all that type of stuff. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra Cormier, you with us?
Yes, I just want to mention there's been a lot of comparison to what happened in the past. However, school today isn't the way it was before. And I'm not stating these pieces of information to get out of responsibility, but just to give clarity to what it's really like, in the schools. Most of the staff that are providing supports and services, let me start with, when there's an incident, there are three things that happen. There are consequences that are put in place. There's supports within the school put in place for the student and the family. And then there are services that are put in place for the student and the family. And, caseloads are 300 plus. Our assistant principal had a caseload of 1,000. So this is not to get out of the responsibility of we should be able to handle this or that we are low staff. It's just the reality of understanding what we're dealing with. And I can talk for a lot more than 5 minutes, but I do want to make sure that I do say the bike path incident. I want to say that the staff took it upon themselves to go out on the bike path for the last 4 days of school. Number of us went out there on the bike path to make sure that our kids were safe. In the 11 years that I worked at Berry City, the one thing that really resonates with me is how much the staff are looking out for the kids' best interest and being sworn at or whatever it is. Sometimes it's case by case. You have some kids that need more support than the school can give them. And we run up against things like Choice is an alternative school. They have like a 3-on-1 or a 2-on-1 ratio, which is a lot less than better than what we have. And they shut their doors this year. We couldn't make any referrals. They kicked kids out because of the behaviors. So they're a therapeutic school. We're not set up to be a therapeutic school, but we're going in that direction. We spent a lot of time being trained on trauma, being trained on, supports in the services. We reach out to the community. Washington County Mental Health is overtaxed. DCF is overtaxed. We try to do the best we can. Homelessness has been higher than I've ever seen it in the 11 years. So there's a lot of factors that play a part. And I think we need to just be open-minded and trust. I heard that word trust. Trust that teachers, staff, and administration are doing the best with what they have to provide for the students. And we're reaching out to say to the board and to the community, help us. Is that 5 minutes? And I do appreciate what everybody does, but I think we still need to ask for more support.
Sandra, thank you. Michael.
Yeah. First question, how many suspensions did you have last year?
I do not have that information readily, but I know it's significantly higher than it has been in the last couple of years, this year.
I'm just
I
curious.
don't have those numbers.
So the thing that needs to be stressed is if you're faithful in the small things, you're gonna be faithful in the larger things, right? We have, my concern is for the teachers that are dealing with the children that are kind of out of hand. You know, we've got situations where the children that are getting out of hand are affecting the children that are trying to learn. Kids are put into rooms and then they trash them. They're being removed from a classroom. They get put into special rooms where I've heard that they've trashed the room. Is that correct?
There are situations where kids have to be removed from
Right.
class for sure.
Right. So
For their
teachers-
safety, for their safety.
Yeah. Teachers are being attacked, which causes workman comp claims, leads to short staff, which leads to teachers being denied time off for vacation, and sometimes getting difficulties getting medical time off as well. You know, and that's a problem. We all know it's a problem, right? The parents, I don't know at what point you guys notify parents, but honestly, the minute there's any infraction, it should be an automatic call to the parents. And I think you have to take more of a firm stance on the issues within our school system. You know, like I said, you know, faithful in the small things, faithful in the larger things. I think of when I went to school, yeah, like everybody, bullied, right? As a man that may have been a little bit overweight growing up, I was obviously bullied for it, right? It is what it is. I will say that when it came to teachers, you didn't screw with them, right? You just didn't. Because if you did, you'd get an immediate suspension. I was suspended for calling a teacher a speed demon after school. After school. So that definitely leaves an impact in your life. I didn't do it again. You know, we want to think about the children that are causing problems, and I understand the desire not to hurt their feelings and whatever it is. And I know that I've made some comments about restorative justice within our system for our school. And I have to question the processes that we have right now. Are they really working? Because it doesn't feel like it's working from the outside. And I think it needs to be reassessed immensely. You can't sacrifice 10 to 15 kids for one or two that are causing the problem with it. Who's a school? You're a school teacher, right?
School social worker.
So you see it, right?
I do.
You see where one kid is causing so much problem. And this is going to sound really, really cold, but sometimes you have to excise the child from the classroom completely. And if it's a known problem, you know, we need to put more money into it. Maybe we need to expand the C building to include the elementary schools. Because the reports that I'm personally getting is the problems in Berry City. Those are the problems that I'm hearing. And, you know, we look around and everybody is concerned about it. And, you know, then I'll just be done with it.
Is there anybody else out in the screen in virtual meeting land who'd like to jump in? Okay. Anybody else out in the audience?
I'd like to add one story unless you've got one. Go ahead.
I just want, well, my name's Michael Whalen. I work at Spalding High School. I've worked there for over a decade now. I'm a Berry City resident, and my daughter is about to enter elementary this upcoming fall. So I want to say that in the time that I worked here, Berry has amazing kids, and we have an amazing community. And I don't want that to get lost in this whole discussion here, is that, obviously bullying has existed and will exist, and if we could solve it, and you should write a book and become a millionaire. So I totally support you there. And I really love what I'm hearing here about support and people wanting to help. And that's really fantastic to hear as a teacher. We do need support and we do need help. But I also want to maybe take this back to maybe I'll talk to the boards that were previous to this over the past decades, is that we've been constantly the lowest per pupil spending in state. And I think that we are reaping what we sow when it comes to programming for these kids that need more support. Our supports get cut because when we're asked to do those budgets, and then those budgets get fail, and then they come back to us, they're okay, what can we cut? Well, we can't cut fourth grade, so we have to cut the support person. We have to cut the paras. We have to cut this. We have to cut that. So this is where we're at. And so when we're talking about resources, I mean, we're talking about caseloads of people who are trying to deal with these issues that are enormous. The issue is they don't have the time, and they need the time, and time is also money. So I think we can't ignore the financial ramifications of what we're talking about here. That support, while it's great to have sort of that moral support that I'm feeling here, we also need that when it comes to budgeting and people supporting that budget.
Let me add one thing. So about the second day, it was a Tuesday after school finished. I'm at my counter. This lady walks in and I said, "Oh, well, what brings you in today?" Just yapping about something, I don't know. And she says, "Well, I came to pack up my classroom." She was one of the teachers in Beartown. And I said, I got a stupid question. Why do teachers pack my classroom the day after school to bring it all back when school starts? Why not just leave it up all summer? And she goes, "Oh no, I'm all done here." I said, "Oh." She goes, "This has been the most horrible assignment I've ever had." And she went on to explain the lack of administrative support in Berrytown. Now, I don't know, I'm not there. But what she described was the fact that there are one or two kids that were really interested in learning and a classroom full of kids that were not. And I would agree with you. That was Sophia, my oldest daughter, that was her issue. She was very singularly focused on learning. Somebody in Spanish class wanted to play the guitar. Some kid in science class wanted to do the peanuts dance, whatever that is. But the problem is that we're letting these kids that are out of control take away from the kids that are really there to learn. When I look at the kids that have gone on well at Spalding and achieved and getting the scholarship, these kids were very focused, but they were able to separate and focus. When we throw a bunch 20 kids in a room and 3 have had little to no upbringing, or maybe they were raised on SpongeBob, who knows? It's not fair to the taxpayer who's paying money, who is forced to pay money for their kids to go to school here. Forced. So those are real situations that really need to be dealt with. And I don't think we should hang all kids that are out of control out to dry, but there's got to be a better alternative than to ruin the opportunity for education. In many Berry residents, education is going to be their only opportunity to escape the poverty and the life that they live in. It's going to be their only opportunity, their only one. And unless we show something different, we've taken in 3 homeless kids since we've lived here. One has done pretty well. One's done all right. One robbed us. But the point is we kept trying and we gave everybody a chance. And the same thing with the schools. We've got to keep trying. But the problem is that this is becoming overwhelming. When I am afraid to let my child play after school, or her sister feels like she needs to take her to the dance because, oh my God, what might happen? And this is not fair. This is not fair to the families here. And we're trying to bring more people in. And kids are scared to death. Not appropriate. All right, I'm done.
Is there anybody else who would like to share? Okay, folks, we're at the point where we'll open it up for discussion, Q&A with the board. And up the floor to you folks.
So, in the interest of time, I'm just going to go around, and if you have questions or feedback, if there are questions that were asked that you hope could be answered that maybe weren't answered, in this conversation, or I would just say now is the time. So, Juliana?
So my question is the process, if things are being brought to the attention of the faculty, how is that documented and how is it being kept track?
So we have people in place, as we saw in policy C10, where these complaints about bullying need to go. In all the schools, we have people who also do the investigations on these bullying incidents. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the investigations which are tracked and documented, parents are to get letters that the investigation is happening, whether they are a potential victim or potential perpetrator. Parents get these letters. They're stock letters that we send out. But we keep track of these investigations. And what can be frustrating to a lot of families, and honestly to our staff as well, is that in investigating these things, you don't always come up with a clear-cut answer about what happened. Sometimes what appears initially to be a one-sided bullying situation doesn't turn out that way. It turns out that it's actually a two to tango situation when we investigate it and see what's going on the phones or on emails and other things and through other methods of investigation. But that's how it works. And then you have a sort of a final assessment of what the situation is. Sometimes that leads to consequences for one or more people. Sometimes it leads to restorative practices. Sometimes it's determined there was no bullying at all. But it's a lengthy process. Susie Jacobs, who is our HHB main investigator at Berry City, indicated that there were close to 120 of these investigations when I spoke with her this morning over the course of the year, and the vast majority of them were resolved. The problem is, even if a lot of work is going into these and lots of action steps are taken, sometimes folks don't agree with what those action steps are, and it's not always a satisfying result for everybody. Oftentimes it is, but it isn't always.
So that's when it's brought to the attention of someone. Mm-hmm. What if it's not brought to someone's attention and it's basically found out through rumor or someone hears something? How is that dealt with?
The same way a counselor, a social worker, a teacher, one of the teacher advisors, the homeroom teachers will check in with that kiddo. If that's going on, it'll be substantiated or it won't be. We deal with lots of rumors. Obviously, that isn't a new thing.
Alice?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. First of all, I think one thing that always touches me is the fact that we hear that this has been going on for a long time. I think it behooves not only us as a board, but as the administrators in our schools to say that it stops here and it stops now, and that it's not going to go forward like this. We are going to make some strategic changes that will reduce and eliminate what's going on as far as bullying, harassing, assaults, whatever they might be in the schools, and let everybody know that it stops here and it stops now. And to do that, something that in the report here that said the handbooks are not handed out to the parents anymore. They're online. Mm-hmm. We have a $2 million surplus. We have pots of money from the ARPA funds. Couldn't we print them out this year, and so that people have the information in their hand to know that this is what we're doing, these are our rules and regulations, and this is what we're doing. So, and then if they need to be updated in other years, all right, so they have the copy from 2022, we can send out the updates in the next years. So that's something that I think is very important. And then the other piece is that PBIS has always been something that I've been very interested in. And are we still a participating member in PBIS? Or are we just running it on our own?
We are, but a lot of it is being, given the challenges of professional development during COVID, a lot of it.
Well, that's my
take on.
next point.
Right.
Do we need to get Sherry Schoenberg and the team in here for an update for the staff development? So because PBIS is supposed to be everybody, the administration, the staff, the support staff, the custodians, the bus drivers, it's supposed to be for everybody. So are we up to date on that? And is that running well in the schools? So that the kids, when they walk into the building, they know what the expectations are for this building and their activities.
And Alice, just on that note, I don't mean to interrupt you, but so many schools are having so much turnover that it's all these things that need to be rebooted. There's a lot of people that never have had it before because they're brand new to us. So it's so much, it's a reboot, but it's also for some people a brand new, this is PBIS, this is what it is, this is how we implement it.
So maybe we ought to make that investment either through our continuous improvement plan or through the ARPA money, or even if we have to take it out of general fund, make that investment in making sure that everybody is trained in the system that we're using and with that. And then something else that has concerned me for quite a while also is that you talk about yourself, Mr. Hennessy, and staff being insulted and treated rudely on the phone. Are we holding those people accountable who call you and swear at you? And I mean, certainly, I mean, that is, yeah.
We talk about accountability, and people want the other guy held accountable, but when we hold them accountable, they crack foul.
Right.
I mean, you guys may recall the controversy around Veterans Day when my predecessor made a mistake in putting the schedule together, and it was very important to me and our team that we had our kids participate in Veterans Day activities in town. It's been a hallmark of the success of that event in Barrie for years. It certainly is the same thing in Montpelier. It was important to me that we do it. I ended up having my life threatened over that decision because people misconstrued what was going on. My daughters were called out, my residents. This is stuff that we talk about big shoulders, right? I've been having to carry that stuff for 30-something years as an educator. Holding people accountable, adults in particular, for what you're talking about is incredibly challenging to do.
But I think that also is our role as a board to say to the people who send us here to be on the board, to the voters, to say to them, we expect good things from you. If you've got a beef, call me. Don't swear at me because I have a very nice hound dog and he'll come and bite you. But anyway, but the thing is, if these are our constituents, call us, tell us your beef. We can get through to that, but don't call our staff, our administrators, and our superintendent and threaten them. Because I would be tempted to know if someone was threatening you, I would call the police and say, this is not his job to be threatened. So I think that's important, that we put that stake in the ground and say, it ends here, it ends now, it's not going forward, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that students get everything they need. But moreover, we're going to make sure that they are in a solid learning environment where they can find their successes in that instruction and academics and not be constantly anxious about whether or not these social issues are going to impact that. So I'm all for putting the money into that and making sure that we have what we need to get done. Consistency. I'm done.
Thank you.
Going home to the dog.
So Chris, I just had two questions. So the first one is that, so we've got a ton of new teachers coming.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering what kind of plan is there to help give them the supports that they need to be successful so that they stay?
So we have a really, what I hope is a wonderful new teacher orientation being planned right now, where folks are going to feel not only welcome, and we really want them to feel good about being part of joining the Barry school community, but also we're going to really be doing some nuts and bolts training. We have, in addition to that, we have some new, brand new green special educators coming on board. We're going to do a special kind of special ed 101 for these folks. I forget whoever's question it was about figuring out creative ways to train them. But the reality is, to Chris's point, we have a lot of new people coming in. Every school district does, and getting them up to speed and feel supported. I will say that one of my great regrets, my last year in Barry City, to your point, Renee, was how many of our new teachers we lost. Half the year we weren't even in school. We weren't able to provide the support to them that we normally would have. Mentoring through general supervision and evaluation, all that stuff that just wasn't able to happen. And we lost people as a result of that. We can't afford for that to happen anymore. So we're putting lots of energy into having a strong mentoring program so people understand the kind of nuts and bolts of getting through their day, but also the big picture stuff around our strategic plan, PBIS, all those bigger issues.
Well, and as a follow-up to that, so you've got new administration in at least two buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wondering too, are they getting supports and trainings too?
Well, first of all, Mrs. Waterhouse is a very experienced administrator, going down to work with an experienced middle school administrator. I think one, she'd appreciate your question for sure. Mr. Mailer is a brand new building principal, but working with a partner, co-principal who's well versed in the culture and history and kind of day-to-day stuff of Spalding. But new principals are all assigned mentors from the Vermont Principals Association. I was assigned one from the VSA this year. So they will have the support they need for sure.
And then my other question is, as far as the investigations now, like I know the policies, I know how they work. I know that you have to send the letters and all those things, but what I'm wondering is, and I know you can't communicate like to the parent or to the victim themselves. You can't say, so this is what happened. Johnny's getting suspended for 5 days.
That
Like,
frustrates
you know, you can't say that.
Yeah.
But what I am wondering is it only letters or emails going, or are phone calls also happening to say, hey, you're going to be getting this in the mail. I want to let you know something happened. I can't really talk about it now, but it's, I'll follow up with you when the investigation's done. And then when it's done, it was really inappropriate behavior and we're addressing it. It doesn't go to the level of bullying, but that doesn't mean it's okay, blah, blah, blah. Like, are the phone calls happening too?
I really like your question, and I'm going to just answer by saying that is absolute best practice. It's what we expect of each other. I cannot speak to the consistency of it, given what we went through this past year, but I know, Sandra Cormier's here, other people who do this work. That every effort is put in place to make sure that kind of relational piece happens, because it gets to the point of forgive me, I forget your name, it's Ruth here. Gina, that whole people need to be heard, right? And it's getting a form letter in the mail that basically covers the legal end of things. Doesn't feel good, particularly when you don't even know what's going on. And as a parent, I've gotten those before when my kids were in school. And what's even happening here? And so we always want to get ahead of it so that the letter going home is simply just kind of a formal notification of something you already know is happening. That's best practice. That's what should be happening. And I think it's very safe to say that it doesn't always happen just based on pure capacity of what folks are dealing with. We can call it an excuse, or we can call it just the reality of the situation. But I can assure you that's what we aim for. It's essential. It's just what you asked is essential for this to work and to bring families into the process so they can have a better understanding and know what's going on. Understanding as well, it's frustrating. We can't share lots of details and information. In fact, in some cases, we can't share any. It drives people nuts. I get it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Carrie?
Can you catch me at the end, please?
Sure. Thank you. Just to follow up with what you just said, when you say it's because you can talk to the parent about their child. I mean, all parents are notified if their child is involved in something, right?
Whether as a potential victim or
Okay.
perpetrator.
All right, and they're given the details of what happened, but you just draw the line when it comes to the other parties involved. You cannot divulge that.
That's correct.
Okay. I have substitute teach here, and so I can see. I've seen some of the stuff that does happen, and I think the teachers should get a little more support. I think their hands are sometimes tied. I don't know all. I'm not going to pretend to know all of the rules governing what you can do as far as children's behavior. But I do think that I've heard some teachers feel that they're not really supported. And I think first and foremost, when they're in the classroom, they need support. The other thing is,
So what does that look like to you?
well, it looks like to me that if something goes on with a child, the child is misbehaving, and then they need to support that teacher in either removing that child so she can continue doing the job that she was hired for the students that are in that classroom, or giving assistance or having somebody come in, which I think they do now, to talk to the student, and possibly call the parents at that point and say, listen, this has been going on and I'm not able to do my job. I'm not sure about the words, but anyway, that's how it looks like to me. That I feel a lot of the teachers, and I think we heard one of them, they're not able to teach what they're doing because they're so busy dealing with behaviors.
Okay. I just wonder, we hear, oh, you got to support us all the time. I just want to know what that word means to you.
Right. Well, that's what it means to me, because then I see a lot of them frustrated and, they're in tears because there are so many behaviors and they are limited, I think, on what they can do. And if they try to do anything, then it just doesn't get resolved and it keeps coming over and over and it just keeps happening. Do you have a list of the reports, the incident reports for all schools? Do you have reports of all the incidences that have happened in detail?
We have
Or do you keep that?
Our incident reports are in Infinite Campus, which is our student management system.
Okay.
So they're documented in that system.
Okay.
They're obviously highly confidential.
Yeah, of course.
But that's where they are all
Okay.
housed.
Do you know how many incidences were at?
I know that they were incidents, consequences, et cetera, were abnormally high this year in our schools, but I don't have that data here right now.
Okay.
But they were high for sure, both in terms of the actual incidents themselves and consequences meted out.
Okay. So I know you've got a lot of the handbooks, and you've got the behavior section in there. Do you feel that the staff is following the rules, the guidelines? Because I've gone through and read them. Do you feel that the staff is following all of that when they're dealing with children?
I think what happens in these situations, this isn't new now. This is in any school I've worked at in 30-something years as a teacher, as an administrator. I think that it's just like what we were saying earlier. Being able to implement procedures like that you see in those manuals are absolutely dependent on having a strong, full team of people committed to following it. And there are some school environments that I've worked in where it is like all systems go and you're all on it. We've got a collective sort of a responsibility to following it, and it's worked great. And there are others where, for a variety of reasons, that isn't the case. Sometimes it can be simply sheer volume of the numbers of cases that can overwhelm schools. Sometimes it can be like what we're looking at this past 2 years, just being severely understaffed for support folks. in our classrooms from high school all the way down to pre-K. So to answer your question directly, I think that we are struggling with consistency on this right now. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And that's going to require us to really come together as faculties, a whole lot of new folks, and really just refreshing ourselves on how to put this stuff in place and do it well.
Right, because I think, I mean, you've got some good guidelines in there for those teachers to follow. And I see there's some parents are being called. And I'm just thinking, you know, why is this working? I mean, unless this just not being followed, and this goes back to the teacher support. Following these rules, that's supporting these teachers. And to me, it seems like we're not following what we have in paper.
More often than not, we are.
Okay.
But all it takes is just a few incidences where balls get dropped, right? And they can be major, they can turn major. Somebody mentioned earlier, it was keeping the small stuff small. You know, small stuff turns big if you don't address it. That's like a hallmark of best practice for educators. You want to get ahead of the of that small stuff because it will become big. We know that as parents too.
Right.
So it's just having the resources in place to really be able to do the proactive kind of restorative stuff with kids to help them learn how to manage this stuff, this conflict, before it turns into, you know, screaming at each other, physical aggression, all that stuff. But yeah, there's no doubt.
So you said in your talk with us that you feel that parents and adults need to model good behavior.
Indeed.
And I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I also agree that kids need to be accountable for their behavior. So I'm thinking, you expect us to do it, we should do it. And when the kids come to school and they are not behaving, they need to be held accountable for that, whatever they're doing. So I think having structure provides stability in a safe environment, because they know that, and holding them accountable. Following these rules will get you there. And I know you're saying staffing shortage, but to me, that's important for these kids when they come in. And once they know that this behavior is not going to be endured or tolerated, whatever word you choose to use, to me, that's showing them that they need to be accountable and that bringing respect to the teachers, and maybe they're not going to be swearing.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. I think I want to remind folks of one of the things I pointed out in my statement, that we need for all these policies to work. We need our community, all stakeholders, to come from a place of understanding, cooperation, and empathy. And in terms of looking at these procedures, understanding that there are going to be times where you're going to get a call from the principal or behavior specialist that it was your child who was creating some of these issues. It was clearly the case. What the community needs to understand is, too often those type of calls are met with resistance. And what happens is the family wants the other kid held accountable, but when we talk about holding them accountable, you need that cooperation where understand that no child is perfect. More often than not, in these bullying investigations, it's a 2 to tango situation. The ones that aren't 2 to tango are generally pretty easy to figure out. It's the ones that get complicated where some of it is taking place outside of school between families, and people get stuck. And that makes it very challenging. And this is something not new.
I get that.
And it's also not unique to us.
Right.
It's a general accountability piece that we
But if
all
you
need to
have,
do.
parents have those handouts and you show them and you explain to them, you know, this is our rules and it's for the benefit of everybody. And, you know, I'm just thinking, I think we could do better. I think we need, exactly.
There's no doubt.
And my last question is, how come the principals aren't here?
The principals aren't here because basically working with the principals is my responsibility. And what we want to do is move away from having administrators. I can say as a former principal, the only district I've ever worked in where principals were required or expected to be at meetings was when I came here. And We want to get away from having principals kind of in a place where they're being put on the spot. I think it's very important that when we set up the meetings starting in the fall, principals are going to be hosting at their schools, and they'll be able to answer questions, do presentations. But it is not best practice to have principals at meetings unless there's a specific reason for them to be there. So I strongly believe that. And
so let me ask you this then, what is the role of the principal of the school? Because you're the superintendent, they report to you. They're, I'm assuming these policies that the behaviors have to go up to the principals.
ideally, what happens is we're in a place where the building principals are leading parent groups in their respective schools to talk about these procedural issues, answer questions. That's what would be much better, in my opinion, much better, more effective, and better suited for success than necessarily having them being discussed at this level, which is really should be at the policy level. Procedural matters around handbooks and all that stuff should be done at the building level. And we haven't been able to do that well in the last couple of years, and we have to get back to a place where families, the community are welcome in our schools. They can come in and address these topics with principals and teachers and teams. It has been lacking. I think that's been a big piece as to why some our meetings at the board level in the last 2 years have been that much more challenging, because we've missed that piece of community members being able to come into the schools themselves. I think it's a huge issue. I think it's going to go very far when we can start doing that again. I know it's a major goal for all of us.
Thank you.
Listen, I'll be the first one to tell you, I wouldn't want this job. I wouldn't want it, not for half a second.
Which one?
You know, I have, in my business, I make it a practice to hire special needs. I make it a practice. Some are a little more challenging than others. Some of them have really not been dealt a nice hand. That's okay. That's my choice, but I know what my limits are with that. Having said that, I think that teachers in a classroom must know what their limits are. When there are children that are out of control, they must know what their limits are. What happens? I mean, I don't have any idea. And my concern is still for the child in the classroom that's showing up to learn, that comes home at the end of the day having learned nothing except how to throw a tantrum. That's my only concern. You know, it's funny with Julia, as she sits here, she's come home, and I'll never forget the night she recited the Pledge of Allegiance right in the middle of dinner, and we were like, what's that all about? But she learned that from her teacher, I can't remember which one that was. But she's also learned some commentary from other students that I found perfectly, appropriate. So I am once again concerned about classroom management, and I don't have the answer. Do I think these kids should be kicked to the curb? No, I don't have any. I do not believe that. But I fall back to the statement that I always use. This is some kids' only chance to change their life. It's their only chance.
Yep.
If we don't do better, we're not doing them any good.
It's Mike Gearing.
Hey, Mike, you got to mute yourself. Actually, I might be able to mute him.
But,
sorry about that.
No, yeah, and I just don't have your answer. I don't know what it is. But I know this, that when a kid cries, I'm being bullied, we have got to take that for serious and do whatever it takes to make that stop. And that's it. I don't have a lot to say.
Sure.
I want to thank everybody that spoke tonight. It was, especially the staff, it was really interesting hearing their perspectives. Chris, I was kind of hoping you could talk a little bit, because I've heard a little bit tonight and then analytically that sometimes the disciplinary procedures are taken in consideration of, I think it was said, some kids are safer at school than they're at home. And I've heard anecdotally of office staff or people having to call parents and being threatened and sworn at and yelled at. When you can't get the buy-in from the family, what is the process?
Mr. Kuhn has the child in his office for 3 hours because we are unable to find a safe place for them. The child may have been in a very unsafe situation, either to other kids or to himself or to a teacher. But this is why I mentioned we need that cooperation, understanding, and empathy from the community, because you're somebody's going to get a call about your child, and we need your cooperation, community members, to help us, because we can't just hold the other kid accountable. We've got to hold sometimes your child accountable. And I have to say that is sometimes met with real vitriol. How we define the best way to hold students accountable is not a shared understanding. Some people think they should be punished and suspended for 5 days. Some people think they should be out digging a ditch out in the playground, whatever it is, but there's not a shared understanding. Oh, he's just angry. He'll be fine. Let him ride it out. We get this stuff all the time. And again, I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying to share with you what we're dealing with. And indeed, some of our children, we have safety concerns about sending home for multiple days or for the rest of the day. And we do our best. That isn't just a Barry City. That's at Spalding. It's a Barry Town. Obviously, it's C as well, where we do our best to have our best practice judgment in place for what is in the best interest of that child, while also keeping our community safe. These situations that I'm describing here have been exacerbated in the last couple of years. They're not new. My goodness, I had safe routes to walk home in Ipswich, Massachusetts in the 1970s. And I remember there were like ways you didn't walk home, there were ways you did walk home. That was the case in Barrie when I was a teacher 25 years ago. It was the case when I was a principal in Montpelier. Right? But it's just all been escalated with everything else that's going on. And we do have to think about the safety of our kids.
I'm guessing this is part of the conversations that could be happening with Chief Vale as well.
Correct.
Okay.
And Chief Dodge as well.
And Chief Dodge, yes. Okay. Yeah, I imagine that's a difficult, my laptop died.
It's very
Situation when you can't get the buy-in, how do you expect to, and you're always going to have the argument that, schools and teachers shouldn't be disciplining children, that should be done at home.
Yeah.
But if you can't get the buy-in from the family and are essentially also being threatened, I'm guessing that
it really gets to Alice's point earlier.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah.
When this stuff happens? Right?
I don't think babysitting is probably Mr. Coon's, best time
But he
either.
did it. He did it for the safety of that kiddo, and so he's have 3 of them in his office. I did the same, and our other principals do as well. And again, I think it's just important to note that we have a legal and moral obligation to educate every child that comes in our doors, regardless of how their families treat us or anybody else. We've got to meet their needs as best we can. So it does put us in a pickle to a lot of the points being made tonight about how to effectively hold children accountable when there's great resistance from some in our community to do so. I think it's important for the community to know. It's not unique to here. I doubt the resident of Montpelier, Chris, is the same sort of stuff.
And then my final question is, do we, and I don't know if this actually came up before the board, I've heard anecdotally that the children that are actually being expelled from other districts end up in ours. Are we?
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
There are rules and laws around that.
Okay.
So, for example, if a child is expelled, which is an increasingly rare situation these days, not just in Barrie, but everywhere, but if they're expelled, that they can't just transfer to another district. There's processes in place there. Bear in mind that an expulsion is for up to 90 days. It's not for life, nor should it be. and it can manifest itself in different ways. I think another piece that what we're talking about here is that there's so many limits to alternative settings for kids right now. Those programs are either full, lengthy waiting lists. They don't have staff like everybody else, so we don't have a lot of options. But it's on us as a public school district to educate all our. We have to provide a free, appropriate public education for all. So,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Chris.
Also, I just want to say I also want to say thank you to everyone who participated tonight and spoke, and all the folks that came online as well. I think I'm really looking forward to more information about those proactive things that we can get back in place, like PTOs, like mentoring programs for the kids. You know, when my son was in 4th grade, he had a mentor in kindergarten, and he just loved it. He loved it, and he said the kindergartner loved it. Like whenever he would see him, it was like seeing a superstar. Like, oh, seeing Jordan, like it's so exciting, you know.
And that stuff is happening, by the way.
Yeah,
still.
I mean,
it is.
we
still
have
happening.
lost relationships. We have lost relationships between kids, and we have lost relationships between adults. And I think when you don't meet face to face and you aren't able to be with each other, and there's a screen between you, you're more likely to say stuff that you wouldn't say, or even over the phone. You wouldn't necessarily say that to someone if they were in person. And I think, you know, just when I'm around the community and I see different people and they recognize me as a board member and they say hi and whatnot, you know, those relationships matter. And so the more things that we can get parents back in school, and for parents to feel more engaged and more connected to their teachers, to the schools, even parent education, you know, nights about different things. You know, something that's been talked about in Montpelier is around education around technology, and education around our phones and how it's creating problems in the home, in the schools, etc. You know, I had an issue this year with my daughter and her own phone use in 9th grade. And the teacher let me know that she wasn't keeping her phone in her backpack, and she was getting a little sassy in the classroom. And I said to her, like, I want you to tell me when this is happening. And my daughter came home and I said, talk to your teacher. Your phone is not in your backpack. I'm going to talk to you one time about this. That phone stays in the backpack. And if it doesn't stay in the backpack, then tomorrow I take it and you lose it because you don't need that phone. Like, that's fine. And I said to that teacher, I said, you have my 100% support on this. And she said, I have never had a parent say that to me. You have my 100% support.
What Chris described is incredibly
And
rare.
she said she has had a parent storm her classroom to yell at her for trying to tell her student that the phone had to be in the backpack. Phones and behaviors are stopping people from being able to teach these classes. And the kids are like, F you, I'm on my phone doing whatever I want. And so those types of things are things that we need to hold people accountable to. Like, honestly, if there was a policy that phones, I don't know, had to be in a phone basket when they go in the classroom or something like that, like those are some of the things that I think are causing kids are just so addicted to these that they are causing these behavior problems. And I have had multiple teachers say, I can't teach. The phones are a problem.
Some teachers do have those. Sorry.
What's that, somewhat?
Some teachers do have those, like the front of the room, will have, like a number that you have to give, and she'll like check them.
I love that. I honestly love that. Like, it's a problem, and it's keeping teachers from being able to teach. And when parents are not supporting the teacher, they're like, well, maybe my kid has to text me during the class. Absolutely not. 0% of the time does that have to happen unless there's a shooter in your classroom. Like, I mean, I do not want my kids. I'm not texting them in the middle of the day.
I was installing, substituting for a whole week. And by the second morning, I realized the phones were controlling.
Yes.
And I explained that they need to be in the backpack. They put them in their pocket. They go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And anyways, this one morning I said to this, the whole class, let's do the work. And this girl, she took her phone out and she's doing this. And I went over to her and I said, you know, you need to, that's supposed to be in the backpack. Well, I'm texting my dad. They always use their parent.
Yeah.
And I said, well, you'll have to wait till after class. And then She puts it away. I busying around and I come back and she's got it out again. She literally picked her head up and unleashed all over me. And I went back to the desk and I sat there a minute and I called downstairs and I said, this is what unfolded. She needs to be out of the class.
So these there's lots of things like this, but these are the types of things that parents and teachers need to support each other with their student of like, this is the expectation.
Exactly.
This is unacceptable. And so I nipped that in the bud with my kid and that was it because she knew I'm not putting up with this. Like you can have the phone in your backpack. That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just follow the rules. And I
So-
did tell them that if they didn't put their cell phone the way they put it in the basket, and I had one of them said, you can't legally do that.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'm sorry, but I did check what my authority could be on these phones.
Yeah.
And they could be in the basket.
Yeah.
You know, after that, they just need to know
Yeah.
that if you enforce it, they were fine after that. And that girl came back and she was fine.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. I think also just reintroducing the school communities to the role of the social workers and the counselors, how they can be helpful, how parents can contact them. I think that's an area that can help the situation. And then my last question was, I'm wondering about in the process of the HHB investigations, should the board know about sort of how many have there been? Have they been, one parent said, I think you said something about like, and I'm assuming like that rises up and the board knows. We don't know. So I don't know what the place is at which we should know how many is going on, like at each school. Where do we need more intervention? How can we help?
Do you want confirmed ones or?
I don't know. I'm just like, it's a
investigated, or
wondering,
when they
like
get
at
it?
what point should that come to us? Of
Yeah.
like,
I
hey,
agree.
we've had this many at Berry Town, we've had this many at Berry City.
Yeah, we could set up quarterly updates or data dumps about where we're
I
at.
think that would be great. And then I also wonder, like parents obviously can request time with the board. And I wonder at the end of an investigation, like, you know, an executive session, I wonder about like at the end of an investigation, almost like an exit interview for the parent, like, was this resolved to your satisfaction? And would you like an executive session with the board?
You mean on the form?
I mean, it's a wondering. I know that sounds crazy, but like I feel like I know you all are like no. I hear you.
I'm just thinking 120.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Not all parents would say yes. You know, some parents would say yes, it was resolved satisfactorily. But like, I just wonder if we need to like put our money where our mouth is of like, hey, come and tell us. We don't know. If you say like, look, this actually was not satisfactory to me, I do want to tell the board, like, maybe that's gonna stand by. Like, I just wonder about giving that opportunity. And that may slow down some of our work if we have a lot of those types of executive sessions, but maybe that's more important.
I like
than
that.
some of these other things. I don't know. Like, I just think when you hear this level of crisis, you just have to think outside the box and like, so what are we actually willing to do about it? Because we're not in the schools every day and we're not the administrators. You know, we could offer that.
It gives them another avenue to feel like they're getting some answers or be able to express themselves.
Like if we say we're here, then
Is that
it's-
something
we
that
need to
we
be
can
here.
legally do?
I think there's some issues with it, quite honestly.
Well,
You
if
should check
someone's
it out.
coming and talking about their own kid, or
Right.
like, I didn't get a phone call, or I never got this letter, that helps highlight
Right, I understand. I
what
guess
are
I'm
the
wondering,
issues that are.
is that more at Chris's level? And then if he didn't do it satisfactorily,
Exactly.
then.
That's what I meant. That's
I
what
don't
meant.
know. I don't know.
I
mean,
don't just, it's not like I dislike the idea, but I'm just
Yeah.
trying to think about process and role of the board. And I think honestly, if we're doing our jobs well in adhering to and implementing the procedures, and sticking to the policy, there's gonna be less of these incidents and less of the pressures on us. But I mean, yeah, I think it's more, this stuff is more at the building level where people should be able to appeal to the principals.
they absolutely should.
Right.
Yes.
And that's why we have those processes in place.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's all I have.
Oh, thanks, Chris.
Yep.
I see, Sandra, I see your hand is raised, but we're just doing board discussion right now, and I'm guessing you have something probably important, pertinent, because you've worked in the schools, but, I'm gonna suggest that maybe you share it with Chris. And he can share it with us, and it may just be your thoughts on Chris's suggestion. So hopefully we can find a way for you to be heard, but also move on. So Terry?
Yes, thank you. I think I've only got about an hour to go, so this will be great. Kidding.
Perfect.
Kidding. First, I want to thank everyone, but I also want to thank all of my colleagues on the board and Chris. This is a tough conversation, and it's a huge opportunity. So for as hard as it is for you all, this is equally as hard for us, and I think emotional too, right? We all have kids, we all care, and I think it's important to say that and acknowledge that this is tough for this group of folks too. Couple things that I want to add that we may not have touched on in regards to the policies. There's a second C10 policy, C10P, which is actually the procedures that is also online. So if someone wants to look at that in addition to the policy, it shows you the steps of investigations and things like that. And it's really interesting. You learn a lot from reading through it. It's a long document, but it's a really good document. And if you're kind of wondering how does that process work, it spells it out very clearly. So that is available in the policies things. Something I learned this week is that at Berry City School, and I didn't know this, and I wished I had, but we do have an alternative classroom at Berry City that does address behavioral issues. And Pierre Laflamme talked to me about it and shared that it actually has its own handbook and stuff, and it's really cool, right? So there are some out of the box things that are happening that I think are really cool, and it was really nice to learn that because I didn't know that was happening.
The head of that program is here tonight, Ms.
Awesome.
Jacobs. I hope you're listening.
Awesome, thank you, because it's pretty cool stuff. So if anybody gets a chance to look at it, I went and saw Pierre and got a copy of it and read through it, and I was like, this is pretty interesting. So it's nice that there are some other things than just the standard policies and those things. I want to say though, with this is a tough discussion, and we got to absolutely be cognizant of the COVID factor and staffing issues and all those things. The first thing that I want to urge a ton of caution on, I absolutely support the police's role in this, absolutely. But I think the kind of stuff that we're talking about with a task force with the police to identify kids and families that are at risk needs to be very, very, very defined and controlled.
Oh, for sure.
To the point that if you go online and Google that, there's a lot of this going on where there's partnerships between police departments and schools, and some of them have gone very off the rails. And I don't believe at all that that's our intent here. However, they happen, right? So I would encourage folks to look at some of that stuff. Some of it's quite frankly pretty scary, right? And it's like, whoa, no. So if we are starting this process, like Juliano said, and maybe we could participate, absolutely, because I think there's a lot of questions in that partnership that need to be much more defined than just, hey, we're gonna have a partnership with the PD. There needs to be much more than that, and I'm sure there's gonna be.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
This was our brand new chief reaching out
Yeah,
to us.
absolutely.
And we're in the informational stage.
Yes, absolutely. And like I said, I totally support it. I just want us to make sure we're being
concerns are
super
shared.
careful.
Your concerns are shared by.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And another thing that I want to say is I feel very strongly that our school belongs to the community, and we've now had 2 meetings where we've had a lot of discussion on this topic. And I think with a lot of the things that I've heard and that have been said, I don't think that we're at a point to say we're done with this, right? And what our plan is. And honestly, I feel like to respond to the concerns of the community, that we should consider an ad hoc committee to do an evaluation of how we implement, how we execute, how effective our policies are. The data behind this stuff. I really believe that we should be taking a deeper dive in this. And with any luck, it brings back the results that we're doing a lot of things well, and that a lot of the big factors are COVID, are staffing. But I think the community has spoken very loud and very clear that, and I like how Alice said, a spike in the ground, and this stops now. And I think simply talking about our policies and that we're going to, once we get staffed up, adhere to them, I don't think it's enough. So I would propose that. I would be very happy to make a motion to do that, but I certainly would like to hear what the rest of you all think. But I firmly believe that we should, as a board, take a little deeper dive into this thing. Thank you.
We have 45 more minutes.
Not saying we need to do it right this minute, right? But
No, I'm teasing. You said you were going to take an hour.
oh, I can. Do you want me to? No, okay.
I'm teasing. I'm thinking everyone
Renee's
else
ribbing me over here.
Everyone else is saying no. Renee's like trying to keep her eyes open.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for who's still with us because it's been a long evening. People who are here in person, it has been a very long evening, and I appreciate everyone who spoke. And I think I really appreciated the fact that there was a wide variety of people who spoke to the fact that, you know, their students had been bullied, they personally had experienced bullying, and I don't think that there's probably many families out there that are immune to the fact that there's been some level of, and I use the word bullying loosely. I don't think it necessarily maybe would have risen to the level of an actual investigation and you know, findings that it was bullying, but you know, bad behavior that, you know, made kids feel bad about themselves. And to someone who brought up the point, you know, we have to look at, we have to support the students who are the victims of the bully, but we also have to look at what is the root problem. And I think for me, that's probably the thing that I'm continuing to struggle with, because I keep hearing that, you know, we need to hold people accountable. It's hard to hold parents accountable. I heard Mr. Whalen say, you know, we need to stop kicking the can down the road and we need to spend more money. But then I've heard Chris at the same time say, this isn't about money sometimes, it's about finding the right staff and finding staff, period.
It's a bizarre dilemma we find ourselves in.
So,
It's not,
as much as we really want to do things, I think, not that our hands are tied, but we have to also recognize that we're in this very strange situation where we have to look at what small things can we do to hopefully get to the point where we can make a bigger impact when we're able to. And the last thing that I really am probably most struck by is the stories about kids who are probably having bad behaviors, and it's probably because they're being very poorly treated at home, and that's not their fault. And so I just worry about those kids, because I think we as a, I just recognize my own bias, and that I'm going home to a nice cozy house tonight where my kids are well loved and taken care of. And if a teacher calls me and says, I have a problem with your kid, I'm going to take care of it, because that's my job. And some kids don't have parents like that. And so I
Because
think,
you also have the skills to do that as a like adult
Right.
who's functioning
Right.
and has enough food to eat and no one's beating you
Yes.
up and, you know, all
Yes.
of those sorts of things, right?
yeah, so, which reminds me of this, you know, this whole hierarchy of needs. If kids aren't having their basic needs met, like, I have no love, I have no food, I have no connection, they're going to act out. And by the way, part of the problem with that is because their parents have no food, have no love, have no connection. And so it's just this larger and larger problem. And how do we, as a community, come together to address those bigger issues? And Tim is right. Education is the way out of poverty, and education is the only way out for some of these kids, but they're trapped in a really, really awful situation. And how
It's
do
hard to
we
access that education.
how do we
Right.
not point the finger and blame them, but try to find a way to get them out of it?
I was raised like that. Been in school my whole life. It's what changed my life. That's why I know it works.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
I feel like we need to recognize that it's bigger. It's obviously even bigger than us. It's bigger than, you know, this. It's just, how do we keep plugging away at it? How do we say we're going to make sure that kids matter, and that our staff matter, and that our community is supporting them? So, and that's it. So that's, thank you all very much. And thank you, Chris, for facilitating. I appreciate that. It allowed me to take copious amounts of notes.
Can I just address something very important that Terry just said?
Yep.
This is not the end of the discussion. This isn't like, oh, thank you, we listened to you. I want to be very clear about that. I think that was a very important point to make. This is an important issue to the community and to all of us in the schools. Believe me, we lose sleep over this. Stacy, what your son went through is a horror show that impacted all of us in a very deep way. And this is not what we want for our school and what we want for our kids. It's not why we got into this business, right? As educators. And it is very, very hard for us too. And trying to figure out how to make all these complexities that we're dealing with in society and our community work in our schools. It's very challenging. But I just want you to know this is just the start of the discussion, at least from my perspective in our teams.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We will find a way. I'm not sure if we'll have a further discussion. I don't really want to prolong a conversation right now about an ad hoc committee. We have a lot to sit with, and we will put it back on the agenda and have another discussion, or a further discussion. So with that, we will move to roundtable, and we'll just go around and see if there's anything else. Is there anyone in the community who has anything for roundtable? Oh my goodness. You still want to participate. People are zipping up. Yes, go ahead, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. You have a,
I'd just like to say, I don't know that you need a staff meeting to get together to figure out how to work together. You've just shown how to work together. In terms of what you've done to try to get together tonight, to try to solve a serious issue.
Working.
Thanks for saying that.
One thing I meant to say, went to the Memorial Day, I know it was a while ago now, and just to hear the band play, the various bands play. And I just have one suggestion. Have the choir sing. I think it would be a wonderful thing for the people of the Army to hear the school choir sing when the caissons go rolling along, or the Air Force to hear Wild Blue Yonder sung by the Spalding.
For the Memorial Day?
I'm thinking for Veterans Day too. But
well, they have the band, so then.
But you've got the band, and I think it's something that the choir could do. I'd also love to be able to learn the words to the Coast Guard.
We'll sign you up. Okay, thank you. Anyone else have a community public comment for roundtable?
Real quick, just.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry.
So obviously I know, as you said, you're not done. Thank God for that. Just a quick suggestion. I don't know how these things work. I don't even know if it's possible. Maybe instead of it being a specific board meeting, you have a community meeting with the board that involves the principals and the teachers, and you invite everybody, and it's not required, but to get everybody in a meeting where, we started out probably 50 people on that screen. There's not a lot left, but they were here because they wanted to try and be involved in this, and now it's 10:30 at night. And it's whatever. But maybe you make a specific specialized meeting for this, since it's obviously a point of contention in the community that is clearly needing to be addressed. So that's just my suggestion. I just thank you for listening and such, and I hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I was just gonna piggyback.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Something, is it Chris?
Chris,
Yes, yeah, okay. I know there's tons of questions we got. I liked your idea about like a post investigation, like that executive session idea. my daughter came to the board and then still didn't feel any like resolution, like that kind of session, I think would have been helpful, just so she could have had a like dialogue of, gee, this is what I experienced, this is how I felt, and gee, and if the, you know, the board was a little more aware of that kind of stuff. I mean, it could have been helpful, I don't know, but I like that idea of just throwing it out there. I know it's a bigger discussion than just,
Yeah.
gee, let's do
I mean,
that.
we keep hearing people say
Yeah.
they want to be heard, they want to be
Right,
heard, and
yeah.
so just
Yes.
like, how can we hear you
That's
more?
important. Yeah, I love that idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would have probably taken you up on it had it been available back then, but yeah. Just-
Awesome, thank you. Mike Deering?
I just wanted to quickly say I appreciate you guys taking the time to do this. It really means a lot as a community member and as a city councilor and as a father of four that you guys were able to take the time to kind of get the ball rolling with this evening. I saw a lot of progress and amazing work that you guys were putting together tonight as a team. And I really hope that this can kind of start to get that ball rolling with the teamwork and working together. So I appreciate everything that you guys have put in this evening. And I see some light at the end of the tunnel. So thank you for giving me some light, hope, and that we can definitely work together in dealing with this situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so board, are you ready? We're gonna go around. This is called the lightning round, so try to say it quickly or keep it brief. Juliana?
Okay. At the beginning of the meeting, we had some issues with elevator access, kind of directions in. Would it be possible to get like a sandwich board at the very beginning to kind of like map out where things need to be, and maybe a contact number just in case someone comes in late and needs to access those things?
This is especially important given we are going to be doing monthly rotations, and we got to, you know, it's going to be different each month for people to attend, so we got to have that in place. So I agree. I will be candid in having had meetings here before. I never had registered that the elevator was an issue, and I think Alice reached out to me before the meeting, and then Michael, and like, oh yeah, we got to get that straightened out. But yes.
A good suggestion. Thank you. Do you have anything else?
No.
Alice?
He stole my first idea. But to just pitch in on that, maybe having the meeting upstairs isn't the right place. Maybe we need to think about that too. So that's that. And then as you're writing, I imagine they're being written now, the continuous improvement plans and the consolidated federal programs application. Can we get a copy? Can you share that? Can that be shared with us so that we can see how all these things are melded together in those two pieces?
Related to the strategic plan.
Yes, and also the special ed report. I would like very much to have that come before us as well. I think that's really important.
Stacy is on the docket.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay, thanks, Alice. Renee?
I just want to share that due to professional responsibilities in my new role at the supervisory I work in, I will be unable to dedicate the time and focus required to be a board member here. And therefore, I'm resigning from my position as the board effective July 14th, 2022.
Oh, Renee. Congratulations on your position, but oh my goodness.
Okay, well, what if we don't accept your resignation?
Yes, can we do that?
We don't do that.
Can we vote to not-
We don't accept.
Hold on, Renee. Renee, really happy for you.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
sad for us, happy for you. Terry, did you have anything else? Is there anything else you want to share about that? Terry?
Congratulations, Renee, and we're going to miss you. I wish you would go.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, Nancy?
Yes, I just want to follow up with Chris on the January 22nd survey results. We talked about this about a month or so ago, and you said you would be able to give that information. I'm just kind of putting it back on your.
Yeah, those
To-do list.
results were, those surveys were internal for our planning. I don't know. I mean, I can talk to Karen about it. I don't know
Yes.
how relevant it is. Maybe we.
Well,
can
it was,
have
it was in regard, it was teacher survey. You, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it's about
yeah,
what we
I,
need for
I'm,
interventions.
yeah, I've been, yes.
Okay.
Also, I had asked about an organizational chart, and there is no organizational chart, and you and I discussed this on the website. So there is an employee directory, but there's no organizational chart. Show the superintendent and the principals. Is there any way that we could get one? I think it would be very helpful.
We have one for the central office. We have one for,
We don't have one for the entire district.
no.
We
Right.
have one for central office.
Okay. All right.
And do you know when this, could you like,
Carol, you and I can discuss. This, I mean, given.
I know in the big scope of things, but to me, it's a helpful tool and I wish I'd had it for some other things, but, and then also the dropout rate. Sonia had said it was 60-40 and it's not 60-40.
No, I'm sorry. So I went back, I think Chris was looking at something and I heard something, and so that's what I think happened. I think she threw out a number, but I don't even think that was necessarily a real
Dropout rate
number.
is a
I
tough one.
apologize.
Yes, and
It's defined differently in different spots.
I get that. And you said you would provide that. So I'm
Yes,
holding
and-
you to what you said you would do.
And I appreciate you bringing it up, and in doing the homework on it,
Yes.
looking at it through the AOE websites, through everything, all our own internal information, it's wildly divergent how dropouts are defined. We gotta have a shared understanding of what that means. I mean,
But there must be a simple,
no, nope, there is no.
So in
And
all
I
fairness-
mean
okay,
that
well,
in all
maybe we can
seriousness.
take some time to review
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
That's what I'd like to educate me. then.
Yeah, the question is, how could we take the information that is available and make sense of it in a way that is helpful to us? Because it is, and this isn't just for Barry, this is across the state. How that term dropout is defined is not a shared understanding, is what we're discovering.
Completers and non-completers.
Well, in all fairness, I looked up on the AOE to see if I could find it for you.
And I looked too.
And it said that the state isn't keeping track of it anymore.
Well, they do have some, it's out there. It's out there. And
So
that's
it's-
where
What's out there?
Right.
And that's where I came back to that what was said was incorrect.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyways,
No,
so
fair-
as far
fair
as
enough, Nancy.
educational for me, I
Yeah.
would like to review that at some point, and I'll keep it on my list.
Yeah, I just don't want to share information that'll gum up the works and confuse us further, but I get.
Yeah,
what
as
you're
we started out with the 60-40.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then also, do we have the student population numbers yet for the end of the year?
You mean our enrollment data?
Yeah.
Enrollment data is gonna be shared in August, when
Okay.
we're close to right at the start of the school year.
Okay, all right.
Because there are kids, and this is not unique to this year, families are moving into the district right up to the end. We want to have this up to
Right.
date right when the school year starts.
So when they start in September versus June, is it the same or is it?
No.
It's different. So do you have those June numbers?
You mean it for the end of the year?
Yes.
Yep, we're gonna share those at the August.
In the August.
meeting,
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
one of the August meetings.
Okay.
Because we decided we're doing this quarterly, am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to do it in June, I think,
Okay.
but you weren't here.
Yep.
I can't remember. Or we
I
pushed
mean,
it off.
Tina has that information.
Yeah, June. Oh, July. I think it was supposed to be today, actually. Sorry.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was,
All right.
But I pushed it to August because of that listing. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
Anything else?
I think I'm good.
Okay. Tim said he was good. Sarah?
I don't want to continue discussion on this, but I had a thought after what Terry mentioned about kind of a committee to take a look at whether the behavioral procedures were being followed. And I kind of wondered if it might be appropriate for the administrations in each of the schools to kind of have almost like an internal audit committee to see if their procedures that they've got written are being followed. And that way it would eliminate the board kind of taking over an administrative task, and it would also prevent confidentiality issues. But just something to think about,
Shared concern.
just to kind of, you know, check on themselves and say, hey, are we following our own rules? Anything else? Oh, okay. First.
Congratulations to Renee, and
Oh, yeah,
miss you. I wondered about when we have our first meeting at the C building. Is that when's C? I don't know when it comes up.
It's in the C10 college. Here, oh, wait, I opened right up to it. First C is October. October, the meetings are at C. We're at Spalding for August, Berry City for September.
Okay. I wondered if we could have a tour of the C building, like if that would be possible. If the meeting starts at 6, could we, if anyone wanted a tour of the new building,
That is the exact plan.
come at 5:30?
We had a full day administrative meeting right into the school year at C, because many of our administrators hadn't been able to see the facility. It was awesome. So we did.
Yeah.
Jason led a whole tour. We'll do the same for you guys.
That'd be great.
We have 2 meetings at C in October, so
Okay.
probably that first one.
Great. And even community members, if anybody was interested, would think they could
Anybody,
do that as well,
folks who
right?
come,
So,
yeah.
oh, yeah. So maybe when that board meeting is announced or warned, even on the agenda, maybe like pre-meeting, 5:30, tour of C building, like if you want to come. And that's it. That's all I have.
Awesome. Andrea.
I just wanted to throw out a caution because Alice had mentioned sending out copies of the handbooks on paper. I saw Chris writing notes vigorously at the time. Right now, the Berry City copy that's included in today's packet is actually so old that it lists John Pandolfo as the only contact. So it hasn't been updated in years and years by the looks. And the Berry Town doesn't list anything, even though our policy does say that anytime that we have a publication that discusses the rules, procedures, standards of conduct, they mention conduct, but I couldn't find any names for people to report to for HHB. I scanned it quickly, the index, I didn't even see an HHB section, just a code of conduct section. And the Spalding handbook just has links to the policy and the procedure. So if you sent out a hard copy of the handbook, it would just show links. It would not actually give you the HHB policy or procedures or who to report to. So just a caution in case you're getting ready to send those out.
I know. Two quick replies to that, Andrea. First is the handbooks are in the process of being updated and reevaluated in the summer, and some of those things did get dropped. The whole point about paper and why links go into this, there was the whole Paper Reduction Act. There was this whole idea that we wanted to get away from the printed page, where people could opt in for those things. I don't think Alice's point, however, is a bad one, that maybe that we could, everything that is virtual is ephemeral and not real to a lot of people, and an actual hard copy could be more real to them. I get where you're coming from with that. And we can do it almost, I don't know, there are a lot of reasons to do it. But we have links in these documents for the reason that they are largely responded to virtually online. So, but yeah, that is a problem if you're printing them out for sure.
I just didn't know if you were planning on doing it. I knew the board wasn't meeting until mid-August, and I thought if they send, if they decide to send them out, give you a heads up now that you had to have changes.
And until they're updated.
Thanks, Sandra. I'm going to go off script because why not? Sandra? Cormier?
I figured I'd give it one more shot. The HHB policies go out with every one of those letters. They actually get 2 rounds of them. So they actually get it printed out, given to them, along with what their options are to challenge it or to anything like that. And there is internal reviews, there's external reviews, there's all kinds of things, and they don't look at what the outcome is, but they make sure that the school has crossed every T and dotted every I. So there is a system in place, and they do get all this information of, and when I know I can just speak for myself, but every phone call that I've made to the parent, I explain that to them as well, so that they have verbal confirmation of that. But that they do get a copy of all of that with every letter, and they get one with every response, the outcome of what they need.
Awesome. Thank you. So future agenda items. I'm still doing roundtable, and I want to wish Renee the best. We will absolutely miss you. You bring a different perspective because you work in a school, and we appreciate that. And you will be missed. But very best of luck to you in your new position. With that, we will have to do a process of getting someone appointed, and I will. We did it with Giuliano. I think we have to post it. There will be a delay, obviously, because our next meeting isn't until August 11th. So that is when I think we will probably entertain candidates for that position. But I'll look into it and I'll just send you guys an email if that's okay with you. We won't hash it out right now, but I'll figure that out, and I'll look back at my notes and what we did for what our requirements are.
Will you send the procedures to us to show us everything that's?
Yeah, I think it's based on, I think we have a procedure. I'm trying to remember, like in my head, it's a little late, so my brain's not working as well as it would be normally, but I think we have a procedure of how we handle it, and then also there's statute. So I'll get that for you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So we will work on that and have candidate interviews for our next meeting. So with that, Chris, do you have anything else for roundtable?
Two very quick things. I really want to thank everybody, most of whom have left already, but for joining us tonight. This was, I'll just say on a personal level, very helpful for me to hear this. I appreciate the board listening. I just appreciate the whole evening. And Renee, all the best wishes to you. Shannon, my partner, is looking forward to working with you. She's a curriculum director in Harwood, and is very excited for you, just so you know. Best wishes.
First meeting tomorrow morning.
Yeah, all right. Best wishes.
Okay, so future agenda items. We will probably, hopefully, have many new hires at our next meeting. Fingers are crossed. I'm manifesting it into the universe for you.
Yeah, August 11. Let's hope we have a big, well, what'll happen, to your point, is we'll be reaching out to you before that. Like I may have people for you to.
Yes.
Because we got to secure them in the moment.
Yes. So we'll do that. We probably won't be able to designate an HHB because we haven't approved anybody yet. So that'll have to be second meeting in August.
We'll know by August 11. My hope who that person's going to be, but yes.
Okay, but we won't have necessarily approved. Well, we'll just approve them that night. But yeah,
Gotcha.
we can figure that out. We also need to discuss our staff exit survey. You were going to send that to Pietro to discuss that.
Yep.
In our parking lot, we have enrollment home study update for August, special education summative report, FY22 for August. I know I haven't forgotten you. Committee meeting?
No.
Oh, okay.
The HVAC thing, won't we need to have that?
Yeah,
Right.
HVAC.
We'll have to make a decision on the
Yeah.
electric rate.
Yeah,
What was
because
the-
their plan was to come in August.
What's the name of the company?
PEI.
Good job, Alice.
PEI
Good memory.
presentation, thank you.
All that folic
I was like,
acid
there's no
acid.
on this.
Yeah, that will have to be August 11th as well. We do have independent fundraising within buildings, because I think we wanted to get that in our summer building reports. And I'm concerned about, this is gonna probably throw Tina off. I think we usually do building reports the second meeting, but since we're not having a second meeting, I'm not sure we should wait until the second meeting of August. So I don't
Is
know.
there gonna be much to report if the building's not?
Everything's gonna be about hiring.
Well,
Everything will be about-
independent fundraising, that's the question that we want to have addressed. And it said summer building reports. So we want to have those random, we want to understand what's happening with fundraising. And then for longer term parking lot, strategic plan deep dive. I see strategic plan update early fall in here, but we had talked about doing a strategic plan deep dive. We also may have more information, we may have more information about board training, but we also may have that before then. I will send that out to you guys. And of course, this topic that we've just spent, student behavior and procedures, will be parking lot as well. Okay.
Should we be considering goals for the superintendent? Now that we have a full-time in-place superintendent?
Yes, but in light of the agenda, everything I just said, that has to be on the next meeting's agenda. I'm not sure we can, like.
No, but I'm just making
Oh, no,
sure
it's
that
on there.
doesn't fall by the wayside.
No, it's on there, and it just, goals and expectations for the superintendent is the third bullet down. Under
Where is
parking
it? I
lot,
don't see it.
the bottom of the page, third bullet down.
Oh, got it.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yep, it's
I'm
on
on the
there.
back page.
It's on
Should we
there.
have a meeting in July?
Sorry,
Should we have a meeting in?
I don't.
I will be in, Maine for that. I think that was the problem. A lot of people are on their vacation.
Yeah. So, to Terry's point, the next meeting that is a committee meeting is facilities meeting. It is the only meeting I think that's happening in July.
In July, yep.
And that's at 6 o'clock on Monday, the 25th.
Yep.
After that, it looks like the next meeting for our committee is also facilities, which is on August 1st, Monday, August 1st, also at 6 o'clock. And all these facilities, all these committee meetings happen at.
I think curriculum is August 4th.
Curriculum is August 4th at 6 o'clock. They all happen in, at Spalding. Finance is August 9th. We meet on the 11th, and policy meets on the 15th. Everything?
Yeah.
Everything that's.
We may have to rediscuss.
Policy,
curriculum with our
the
curriculum
committee
chair.
meetings are in the Spalding library.
Yeah. I think curriculum, you could have your meeting on the 4th and then figure out, I don't know if you reorganize, I'm not sure how that happens, how that works. Oh, and you won't have a chair, but
Vice chair.
yeah, you have a vice chair. Who's your vice chair? Sarah? Sarah.
Hey.
Great. Sarah, the vice chair, will have to handle that. I've done that. That seems logical to me. Okay. All right. So is that good? Is everybody else set with the future agenda items?
Could we, I have a question about the hiring, since we're into the hiring. I wanted to know what the process was.
Okay. So time out 1 second.
Okay.
Because we're not going to open up a discussion right now about hiring.
No, but could we put it on future?
Sure.
The
Yeah.
future agenda, and since we're doing staffing, I had a lot of questions about the whole process.
Okay.
And
Maybe Carol can
who's
give us a
involved,
rundown.
and that's where the chart of the organizational chart
Oh,
would
okay.
have been helpful to me.
Hiring has changed a lot.
Well, that's
This
fine, I
year.
can roll with that, but I
Yeah.
just want to know what the process is.
Okay. Fair enough. Anything else for future agenda items?
So what do we have on there so far? Hiring people, staff exit survey.
Oh, no, I just went through it all. You did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. HVAC?
I can review it with you
Yes.
after the meeting. Okay. So future meeting dates, next meeting, our next regular board meeting would normally be July 28th. That has been canceled. Our next regular board meeting is August 11th at the Spalding High School Library at 6 p.m. And that is all we have. I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Alice, the first, Sarah with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you all very
you,
much.
everybody.
Apologies. Okay, Nancy, this is what I have.
Okay.
New hires
Yes.
for next meeting, definitely new hires. Peter, please.
You've been doing it.